I was hiking alone in the Cascade Mountains, deep in the wilderness where the trails thinned out and cell service was long gone. I had planned the trip for months, poring over maps, watching weather reports, and packing all the essentials. I wasn't new to this. Solo hiking had become my escape from the noise of life. There was something about the quiet, the endless trees, the fresh mountain air that kept me coming back. But this time, something felt off, even from the beginning. The first day was uneventful. I started my hike early, feeling strong, my pack sitting comfortably on my shoulders. The trail wound through dense evergreens, sunlight filtering through the canopy, dappling the ground in patches of gold. Birds chirped, a stream gurgled somewhere off to my right, and I settled into a steady rhythm. By noon, I had covered a good distance and took a short break on a flat rock overlooking a valley. That's when I first noticed it. Something subtle, something easy to ignore. A faint rustling in the trees, too steady to be the wind. I turned, scanning the forest, but saw nothing. Just trees, stretching endlessly in every direction. I chalked it up to an animal and moved on. As the afternoon wore on, I reached a fork in the trail. One path led up toward the ridgeline, the other dipped into a valley. I chose the ridgeline, knowing the views would be worth it. The climb was tough, my legs burning as I ascended. The air grew cooler and the wind picked up. By late afternoon, I found a good spot to set up camp. A small clearing near a cluster of boulders, with a breathtaking view of the mountains in the distance. As I unpacked my tent, that same rustling sound returned. This time it was closer. I stood still, listening. It was distinct now, slow, deliberate steps moving just beyond the tree line. I told myself it had to be a deer, maybe an elk. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was following me. Night fell quickly in the mountains. I ate a quick meal, the sky shifting from deep blue to inky black. The stars were brilliant, the kind of display you only see far from civilization. But I couldn't enjoy it. My nerves were on edge. The sounds in the trees had stopped, replaced by an eerie stillness. I climbed into my tent, zipped it up tight, and lay there, listening. The wind howled through the trees, but underneath it, I swore I heard something else. Something moving just beyond my camp. Then, a distinct crunch of leaves. Someone was out there. I held my breath, my heart hammering in my chest. The footsteps circled my tent, slow, careful. Not an animal, not a bear, person. I reached for my knife, gripping it so hard my knuckles turned white. I wanted to call out, to scare them off, but fear kept me silent. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the footsteps retreated, fading into the distance. I didn't sleep. At the first light of dawn, I packed up and left, moving fast, my head on a swivel. I took a different route back, avoiding the ridge, cutting through a narrow valley instead. The whole time I felt watched. The trees pressed in, the silence unnatural. That's when I saw them. Footprints. Fresh. Too fresh. And not mine. They led off the trail, disappearing into the trees. My stomach twisted. Someone had been following me. Maybe they still were. I picked up my pace, practically jogging now. My map showed a service road a few miles ahead. If I could reach it, I could follow it down to the highway. Then something caught my eye. A small, weathered campsite just off the trail. No tent, just a few scattered belongings. An old backpack, some torn fabric, rusted cooking supplies. And in the dirt, more footprints leading away. I didn't stop. Couldn't. For hours, I hiked nonstop, my legs screaming, lungs burning. I reached the service road just as the sun began to set, the sky bleeding orange and red. I didn't feel safe until I heard the distant hum of a car engine. When I finally made it back to my truck, parked at the trailhead, I locked the doors and just sat there, catching my breath. My hands were shaking. The next day, I reported what I saw to the rangers. They listened, nodded, took notes. Then one of them, an older guy with weathered skin and tired eyes, said something that chilled me. We get reports like this every now and then. Campers going missing, footprints where they shouldn't be. Sometimes we find abandoned camps like the one you saw. Sometimes we don't. I asked if they ever found out who was out there. He just shook his head. Not usually. I never went back to that trail, and I never hiked alone again. I never thought a solo hike would turn into the worst experience of my life. I had always been an outdoors person, spending weekends exploring trails and pushing myself further each time. There was something about being alone in nature that made me feel at peace. But looking back, I was naive. The wilderness doesn't care about your confidence. It doesn't care if you think you know what you're doing. It doesn't care about you at all. This hike was supposed to be a challenge. A long, difficult trail winding through dense forest, climbing up rugged hills, and following an old, barely maintained path that most people avoided. I had read about it online. Some described it as beautiful and peaceful, while others warned about how easy it was to get lost. But I had experience. I had gear. I had studied the maps and prepared for the worst, or so I thought. I set out early, the morning air crisp and cool. My pack was heavy with supplies, enough food for a couple of days, a tent, a sleeping bag, a GPS, a paper map as a backup, a knife, and a flashlight with extra batteries. I wasn't planning on spending the night, but I liked to be prepared. My phone had no signal out here, but that was expected. That was part of the appeal. No distractions, no noise, just me and the trail. The first few hours were perfect. The forest was quiet except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. Birds called to each other in the canopy above. The trail was rough but manageable, winding through towering trees and crossing small streams. I felt good, strong, confident. Then, about 6 miles in, things started to change. The trees grew denser, the undergrowth thicker. The path became harder to follow, overgrown in places, forcing me to slow down. I checked my GPS, still on track, but something felt off. The air was different, heavy. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was unnatural, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I shook it off and pressed on, following the trail as best as I could. An hour later, I reached a small clearing where I planned to rest. There was an old fire pit in the center, long abandoned. Someone had been here before, but not recently. I sat down, drank some water, and ate a protein bar. That's when I noticed the first sign of trouble. A boot print in the dirt. Fresh, not mine. I looked around, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. Maybe another hiker had passed through earlier that morning. It was possible, but unlikely. This trail wasn't popular. Still, I told myself it was nothing. I finished my break and kept moving. The trail became even worse after that. The trees seemed closer together, their gnarled roots twisting across the ground like fingers reaching for my ankles. I had to watch my step constantly. The further I went, the less the path resembled a trail at all. It felt more like I was forcing my way through untouched wilderness. But my GPS still showed I was heading in the right direction. Then I found something that made my stomach drop. A torn piece of fabric caught on a branch. Dark blue. It looked like part of a jacket. I picked it up and turned it over in my hand. The edges were frayed, but it wasn't old. It hadn't been there long. I didn't like that, not one bit. Something inside me whispered that I should turn back, but I had come too far to quit now. The map showed that the trail looped around a ridge before heading back toward the start. If I turned around, I'd have to retrace miles of difficult terrain. If I kept going, I'd be back at my car before nightfall. I made the wrong choice. As I pushed forward, the terrain got worse. The ground sloped upward, and I had to use my hands to steady myself on loose dirt and rocks. My breathing grew heavy. Sweat dripped down my back. The forest was silent again, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. Then I heard it, a branch snapping somewhere behind me. I stopped, listened. My pulse pounded in my ears. Nothing. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. Shadows stretched across the forest floor, long and shifting in the dimming light. I saw no movement, no sign of anything unusual, but I wasn't alone. I knew that now. I forced myself to keep going, my pace quicker, my heart hammering in my chest. I checked my GPS again. It had lost signal. That wasn't supposed to happen. It had worked fine earlier. I pulled out my paper map, but I had no idea where I was anymore. The trail was gone. Panic crept in, but I pushed it down. I had to keep moving. Then, up ahead, something caught my eye. A structure. It was small and partially hidden among the trees. An old wooden shelter, maybe, or the remains of a hunting cabin. The roof sagged, the walls were covered in moss, and the door hung open, creaking slightly in the breeze. I hesitated. Going inside was the last thing I wanted to do. But night was coming fast, and I had lost the trail. I needed to get my bearings, check my map properly, maybe even wait until morning. I stepped inside. The air was stale, thick with the scent of damp wood and decay. The floor was covered in dirt and leaves. A rusted lantern sat on a broken table. The place had been abandoned for years. Then I saw the footprints in the dust. Not mine. Someone had been here, recently. A sharp, cold fear settled in my stomach. I backed toward the door, every nerve in my body screaming to get out. That's when I heard the breathing. Slow, heavy, right behind me. I ran. I don't remember how I got out of that forest. I don't remember how long I ran, crashing through the undergrowth, branches slashing at my arms, lungs burning. I just ran. Somehow I found the trail again. Somehow I made it back to my car. I don't even remember unlocking the door, just slamming it behind me and peeling out of that empty parking lot, gravel spraying behind my tires. I never went back. I never told anyone what happened. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still hear that breathing. I had planned this hike for months. The route was a long, rugged trail cutting through deep forests and winding up into the mountains. It was supposed to take 3 days, covering nearly 30 miles of wilderness. I had done similar hikes before, but this one was different. It was remote. No designated campsites, no cell service, and no quick way out if something went wrong. That was the appeal, though complete isolation. I packed everything I needed. A tent, a sleeping bag, a small camp stove, enough food for 5 days just in case, and a GPS device that worked via satellite. My backpack was heavy, but I had trained for this. I was ready, or at least I thought I was. The first day went smoothly. The air was crisp, the scent of pine thick in the air. The trail was well-defined, winding through dense trees and occasionally opening up to views of the valley below. I made good time, covering nearly 12 miles before setting up camp beside a small stream. I ate a quick meal, stretched my sore legs, and crawled into my sleeping bag as the sun dipped below the trees. I woke up in the middle of the night to a noise, a snapping twig. Not unusual in the woods. Animals move around constantly, but something about it felt off. It wasn't the quick rustle of a small creature. It was slow, deliberate. I held my breath, listening. Nothing, just the wind pushing through the trees. I told myself it was nothing and forced myself back to sleep. The next morning, I packed up and moved on, shaking off the unease from the night before. The trail grew steeper, and the forest thickened. The further I went, the more untouched it felt. By late afternoon, I reached a high ridge and paused to catch my breath. That's when I noticed something strange. Off the trail, maybe 50 yards into the trees, there was a clearing. A small, unnatural-looking clearing. Curiosity got the best of me, and I stepped off the trail to take a closer look. As I neared, I saw the ground was bare. No grass, no leaves, just exposed dirt. And in the center, there were deep scratches in the soil. Not animal tracks, not claw marks, but long, straight gouges, like someone had dragged something heavy through it. My stomach tightened. It didn't look like a place people camped. It looked like a place where something had been buried or dug up. I turned and walked back to the trail, forcing myself not to look over my shoulder. The rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every distant snap of a branch sent a chill up my spine. I told myself it was just my imagination. That night, I set up camp earlier than planned. I found a relatively open spot, not wanting to be too close to the thick trees. I made a small fire, ate, and tried to relax. The unease from earlier lingered, but nothing happened. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell asleep. Then I woke up again. This time I heard footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps circling my tent. My heart pounded. I reached for my knife, gripping it tight in my hand. I listened. The steps stopped. I didn't move. Minutes passed. Nothing. Then, just as I started to convince myself it was an animal, I heard something worse. Breathing. Not heavy, not exaggerated, just soft, slow breathing right outside my tent. I stayed completely still. My brain screamed at me to do something, to get up, to make noise, to scare whatever it was away. But I couldn't move. I just lay there, heart hammering, staring at the thin fabric of my tent, expecting at any second to see a shadow move against it. But nothing happened. Minutes passed, then an hour. Eventually, the forest went silent again. I didn't sleep. I just lay there, gripping my knife, waiting for morning. As soon as the first light broke through the trees, I packed my gear and left. I abandoned my planned route. I just wanted to get out. The problem was I had hiked deep into the mountains, and the fastest way out was forward. So I kept going, moving as fast as I could without running. Midday, I saw something else that made my stomach drop. Boot prints. Fresh ones. Not mine. Not from a hiker. They were too wide, too deep, like whoever made them was carrying something heavy. And they weren't following the trail. They came from the woods, crossed over the path, and disappeared back into the trees. I didn't stop to think. I just kept moving. By late afternoon, I reached the final stretch of the trail, a long descent leading to a small parking area where my car was waiting. Relief flooded me. I picked up the pace. I was almost out, almost safe. Then, just as I neared the last bend, I noticed something. A man, standing just off the trail, half hidden behind a tree. He wasn't moving, just standing there, watching me. I didn't stop. I didn't acknowledge him. I just walked as fast as I could, forcing myself not to break into a run. My car was just ahead. I could see it. As I reached for my keys, I glanced back. He was gone. I didn't waste a second. I threw my pack in the car, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I pulled onto the road, I forced myself not to look in the rearview mirror. I just drove. I never went back to that trail. I never reported it. I don't know what I saw, what I heard, or what would have happened if I had stayed another night. But I do know one thing. I wasn't alone out there. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon when I parked my truck at the base of the mountain. It was early, too early for most people to be out here, and that was exactly why I chose this time. I liked hiking alone. No distractions, no conversations, just me, the trail, and the quiet. I had been planning this trip for weeks. The trail wasn't well known, which made it perfect. I wanted isolation, something raw and untouched. A friend had mentioned it once, saying he had heard about it from some old-timer at a gas station. No official maps listed it, but I had scoured satellite images and pieced together a route. The hike wasn't supposed to be easy, but I liked a challenge. I strapped on my backpack, double-checked my supplies, water, snacks, first aid, knife, emergency whistle, GPS, and my phone with an external battery. The service was non-existent up here, but I had downloaded offline maps. Everything was set. The first couple of miles were uneventful. The trail was overgrown but manageable. Birds chirped in the trees, and the scent of damp earth filled the air. I felt good. The incline started to get steeper, but I welcomed the burn in my legs. The sun climbed higher, burning off the morning mist. That's when I noticed the first sign that something was off. A single boot, half buried in the dirt beside the trail. It was old and weathered, the leather cracked and peeling. The laces were missing, and inside, I could see what looked like animal droppings. It had been here for a while. I nudged it with my boot before moving on, chalking it up to some careless hunter losing their gear. An hour later, I found the second one. It wasn't another boot this time. It was a backpack, torn open, its contents scattered. A jacket, a crushed water bottle, some granola bar wrappers. I knelt down, examining it. The fabric had been ripped apart, not just from age, but violently, as if something had clawed or chewed through it. A sinking feeling settled in my gut. I wasn't the first person to come through here. Someone else had, and they had left in a hurry. I checked the area, scanning the trees and underbrush. Nothing. No sounds beyond the usual forest noises. I kept going. The higher I climbed, the more uneasy I felt. It wasn't just the silence, it was the absence of everything. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the wind whistling through the trees. Then I smelled it, something rotten, thick and cloying. It wasn't the usual decay of a dead animal. It was worse, stronger, the kind that made your stomach churn. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and kept walking. And then I saw it. A tent, or what was left of one. The fabric was shredded. The poles snapped like twigs. Clothes and camping gear were strewn everywhere, mixed with dirt and leaves. There was no sign of anyone. I crouched down, examining the wreckage. A sleeping bag lay partially unzipped, dirt and twigs clinging to the fabric. I nudged it open with the end of a stick, my heart pounding. No one inside, but there was something else. Deep gouges in the ground, leading away from the campsite, like something had been dragged. My gut told me to turn back, but I was stubborn. Maybe someone got hurt, an animal attack, something explainable. Maybe they needed help. I followed the marks. They led into the trees, weaving through the underbrush. The deeper I went, the worse the smell got. Flies buzzed in the thick, stagnant air. Then I saw the first bone. It was small, too small to be human. Maybe a deer, maybe something else. It was clean, stripped of all flesh. Nearby, another, then another. The trail ended at a small clearing. Pile of bones. Not just animals. My breath caught in my throat. There were human bones among them. Some bleached white, others still bearing shreds of flesh. Skulls, ribs, femurs, all piled together like discarded leftovers. I turned and ran. I don't know how far I got before I heard it. A sound, low and guttural, somewhere between a growl and a breath. I didn't look back. Couldn't. My only thought was getting out. The trail blurred past me, branches whipping my face, my lungs burning. I stumbled, catching myself on a tree. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, drowning out everything else. Then the smell again, stronger this time. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Something moved in the trees. Not an animal, not a person, something else. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck. I don't even remember unlocking the door, just that I was inside, slamming it shut, locking it, my chest heaving. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so hard I nearly dropped them. The engine roared to life, and I peeled out of there, gravel spraying behind me. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away. Later that night, when I finally calmed down, I tried to make sense of what happened. Maybe it was a wild animal, a bear, or a mountain lion. Maybe I let my imagination get the best of me. Maybe the bones were from old hunting kills, the wrecked campsite just some unlucky hiker who got lost. But deep down, I knew better. There was something in those woods, and I was never going back. I had been planning the solo hike for months. It was something I'd always wanted to do. Disconnect from everything, get away from people, and just lose myself in the wilderness for a few days. I picked a remote trail deep in the mountains, one that wasn't too popular but still had enough markers to keep me from getting completely lost. I packed carefully, enough food for 4 days, a sturdy tent, extra clothes, a map, and a satellite phone just in case. Everything was set. The first day went as expected. I followed the marked trail, winding up through thick forests, the smell of damp earth filling my nose. The air was cool, and the silence was thick, only broken by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. It felt good to be out there alone, away from everything. No traffic, no talking, no distractions. Just me and nature. By late afternoon, I reached a clearing near a small stream and decided to set up camp. The sun was starting to dip behind the mountains, casting long shadows through the trees. I built a small fire, ate one of my packed meals, and watched the sky darken. The stars came out bright, and I sat there for a while, just taking it all in. That night, I slept fine, only waking up a couple of times to the sound of distant animals moving through the brush. Nothing unusual. The second day, I moved deeper into the trail. It was steeper here, the ground uneven and littered with fallen branches. The trees grew closer together, and the farther I went, the quieter everything became. Even the birds seemed less active. Around midday, I stopped to rest near a ridge, drinking water and checking the map. I was still on the right path, though I noticed the markers were becoming less frequent. It wasn't concerning yet, but I made a mental note to be more cautious. A few hours later, things started to feel off. At first, it was just a feeling, like the woods had suddenly grown heavier around me. The silence was thicker, like the air itself was pressing in. I brushed it off as just my mind playing tricks on me. But as I kept hiking, the feeling didn't go away. I noticed something strange about the trees. Some of them had deep gouges in the bark, like something had been scraping against them. Not claw marks, something larger, almost like a tool had hacked into them. The cuts were old, darkened with age, but they were everywhere. I didn't remember reading anything about logging in this area. Then, I found the first thing that made my stomach tighten. A torn piece of fabric, tangled in a bush just off the trail. It was faded and weathered, but it looked like it had once been part of a jacket or a backpack. Someone had been through here before. I figured it could have been from another hiker, maybe someone who had passed through years ago. But then I found more. A few yards ahead, another piece of fabric, this one caught on a low-hanging branch. Then a rusted-out canteen, half buried in the dirt. A single hiking boot, the sole nearly falling off. It wasn't just random trash. This was someone's gear, and it was old. I felt a tightness in my chest. I wasn't alone out here, not in the way I had expected. Someone had been here before, and they had left in a hurry. I decided to keep going. Turning back now didn't seem necessary, and I still had plenty of daylight left. I told myself it was probably just lost gear from hikers who had gotten careless. People drop things all the time, right? The deeper I went, the more uneasy I became. The ground was uneven, covered in thick roots and loose rocks. The wind had picked up slightly, sending a low whistle through the trees. Then I saw something that stopped me cold. A backpack. It was sitting in the middle of the trail, half covered in dirt and leaves. It had been there for a long time. The fabric was torn, the zippers rusted. But that wasn't what made my stomach drop. It was open, and inside there was still food. Old, rotting, covered in mold, but still recognizable. No one leaves their food behind in the wilderness unless they're planning on coming back. Except no one had. I took a slow step forward, my heart pounding. I scanned the area, looking for any sign of movement. The forest was still too still. I crouched down and poked through the bag carefully. There were clothes, faded and damp, and a small notebook, its pages ruined by moisture. I flipped through it, but the ink had bled too much to make out any words. The only thing I could read was a date on the inside cover, 1997. This bag had been sitting here for over 20 years. I stood up fast, my breath shallow. That tight feeling in my chest had turned into full-blown panic. Someone had been out here and they had never made it back. I turned to head back the way I came, Screw finishing the hike. I wasn't about to become the next missing person in these woods. That's when I heard it, a branch snapping, not behind me, ahead. I froze. The sound had come from somewhere just beyond the trees off the trail. I scanned the area, my pulse hammering. I couldn't see anything. Then another sound, closer this time, a slow, deliberate crunch of leaves. I wasn't alone. I didn't wait to find out who or what it was. I turned and started walking fast, my mind racing. I didn't run, not yet. Running could lead to a twisted ankle, a fall. I needed to stay focused. But then the sounds behind me grew louder. Footsteps, heavy, uneven, like someone was following me, but trying not to be heard. I broke into a full sprint. I don't know how long I ran. The trail blurred past me, my breath burning in my chest. I ignored the sharp branches cutting into my arms, the pain in my legs. I just ran. Eventually, I saw it, the clearing where I had camped the night before. My tent was still there, my pack, everything. I grabbed my gear, heart pounding, and didn't stop moving. I hiked out of there as fast as I could, not stopping until I was back at my car. I locked the doors, started the engine, and drove until I was miles away from that place. I never went back. Later, I did some digging. That trail had a history of disappearances, dating back decades. People who had gone in and never come out. No one ever found their bodies, just their gear, left behind like they had vanished into thin air. I don't know what was out there, and I don't want to find out. I had been planning this hike for weeks, a solo trip into the mountains, away from the constant noise of the city, away from people. I wanted silence, fresh air, and the feeling of being completely alone with nature. It was supposed to be a weekend trip, nothing too intense, just 2 days of hiking and a night camping in the wilderness before heading back to my car. I arrived early in the morning, my backpack stuffed with supplies. The air was crisp, and the sky was clear. It was the kind of weather that made you feel lucky to be outside. The trail I had chosen was an old one, not the kind of well-maintained paths that families and casual hikers used. This one was isolated, rugged, and barely marked. That's why I picked it. I wanted to be alone. The first few hours were perfect. The sound of birds, the crunch of my boots on the dirt, the occasional rustling of small animals in the underbrush. I had that satisfying feeling of my muscles working, my breath steady. I wasn't thinking about work, about emails, about anything. Just me and the trail. Around midday, I stopped to eat. I found a flat rock overlooking a valley and sat down, pulling out a sandwich from my pack. The view was incredible. Rolling hills, dense trees, and in the distance, the faint shimmer of a river. There was no one around. I hadn't seen another person since I left my car. It was exactly what I wanted. I was careful to pack up my trash, making sure I left no sign I had been there. I had another 5 or 6 miles to cover before I reached the spot where I planned to camp for the night. I strapped my pack back on and continued down the trail. That's when I first noticed something was off. I wasn't sure what it was at first, just a feeling, a slight unease. The forest was still a little too still. No birds, no rustling, just my own footsteps. It's strange how quickly silence can become unsettling when you're alone in the wilderness. I tried to shake it off. Sometimes the woods just get quiet. Maybe there was a predator nearby, a fox or a coyote. I kept walking. Another hour passed. The feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got worse. I kept glancing over my shoulder, not sure why. I hadn't seen or heard anything unusual, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. And then I saw it. A footprint. It was on the trail, clear as day, and it wasn't mine. It was fresh. The dirt was still soft around the edges, undisturbed by wind or time. I stopped, staring at it. I had been hiking for hours and hadn't seen a single person. This trail wasn't popular, and there were no other cars parked at the trailhead when I arrived. So where did this footprint come from? I swallowed, my mouth dry. Maybe someone else had taken a different route up here. Maybe they had come and gone earlier in the day. But if that were the case, why did the footprint look so fresh? I stood there for a long time, listening. The forest was still quiet. Too quiet. My skin prickled. I took a slow breath and kept moving, trying to convince myself I was being paranoid. Another mile passed, and I found another footprint. This time, it was off the trail, just barely visible in the underbrush. It was like someone had stepped away from the path and into the trees, and they had been barefoot. My stomach tightened. I bent down, examining the print closely. The toes, the arch, it was definitely a human footprint. But who the hell was walking barefoot out here, miles from civilization? I stood up, suddenly feeling exposed. The trees around me seemed taller, darker. I scanned the forest, looking for movement. Nothing, just endless trees and shadows. I picked up my pace. Another mile. The sun was beginning to dip lower, casting long shadows across the trail. I needed to find a place to camp soon. I had planned to reach a small clearing near a stream, but now I wasn't sure I wanted to stop at all. My instincts were screaming at me to turn around, to go back. But that would mean hiking in the dark, and that was even more dangerous. I kept moving. Then I heard it, a twig snapping. Not behind me, ahead. I froze. My heart hammered in my chest. I scanned the trail, the trees. Nothing, but someone was there. I knew it. The sound hadn't come from an animal. It was deliberate, controlled. I took a step back, my breathing shallow. Then, just as quickly as it had come, the sound was gone. The forest was silent again. My skin crawled. I needed to get out of there. I turned and started walking back the way I came, faster this time. I no longer cared about finishing the hike. I just wanted to reach my car. The feeling of being watched was unbearable now, like invisible eyes pressing against my back. Every few steps, I looked over my shoulder, expecting to see something, someone, standing in the trees, the footprints, the silence, the snapping branch. I had been followed, and then, in the dim light, I saw it, a figure, half hidden behind a tree, just off the trail, barefoot, standing completely still, watching me. I didn't stop to think. I ran. Branches whipped at my face, my backpack bouncing against my back. I didn't care. I sprinted down the trail, my lungs burning, my heart pounding. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I ran until my legs screamed and the world blurred around me. When I finally saw the parking lot, my car sitting untouched, I nearly sobbed. I fumbled with my keys, threw my pack in the back, and tore out of there so fast my tires kicked up gravel. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away. I don't know who or what was out there. I don't want to know. But I do know one thing. I will never hike alone again. I had always loved hiking. There was something about being out in the wild, surrounded by towering trees, endless trails, and the quiet hum of nature that made me feel alive. The solitude, the challenge. It was the perfect escape from the grind of everyday life. This time, I had picked a trail deep in the mountains. It wasn't a well-known spot, just a long, winding path leading into the dense forest. I had found it on an old map in a used bookstore. No online reviews, no GPS markers, just a thin, dotted line cutting through a blank stretch of wilderness. That was exactly what I wanted. Something untouched, something real. I started early in the morning, my pack loaded with supplies. I had my tent, enough food for 3 days, a good knife, and all the gear I needed. The plan was simple: follow the trail as far as I could, set up camp, and head back the next day. I was prepared for anything, or at least I thought I was. The first few hours were perfect. The air was crisp, the sun warm but not too hot. The path was narrow but well-trodden, winding through towering pines. Every so often, I would stop to listen to the sounds of the forest, birds calling, the distant rustle of a deer moving through the underbrush. Felt peaceful. But around noon, things started to change. The first thing I noticed was the silence. It was subtle at first. The usual sounds of the forest, the birds, the wind in the trees, began to fade. At first, I figured it was just the change in elevation, maybe the density of the trees muffling the noise. But after another half hour, I realized it wasn't just quieter. It was dead silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, not even the distant hum of insects. I stopped and looked around. The trees were thicker here, taller. The sunlight barely reached the ground, casting long shadows that seemed darker than they should be. I shook it off. It was just my mind playing tricks on me. I kept walking. An hour later, I found something strange. The trail, which had been clear and steady, suddenly split into two. That didn't make sense. The map I had showed only one trail, a single line stretching through the forest. But here it was, an unmistakable fork. One path looked like the one I had been following, narrow, winding, cutting through the trees. The other was different. It was wider, smoother, as if it had been cleared recently. But there were no signs of human activity. No footprints, no tire tracks. Just a clean, almost unnatural-looking path leading deeper into the woods. I hesitated. I should have turned back right then. But I didn't. Curiosity got the better of me, and I took the new path. First, it felt normal, easier even. The ground was level, the trees evenly spaced. I moved faster, thinking maybe this was an old maintenance trail. But then I saw something that made me stop cold. A single boot, half buried in the dirt. It wasn't old. The leather was worn but intact, the laces still looped through the eyelets. Someone had lost it recently, but there were no footprints, no signs that anyone had been here. I bent down to look closer, and that's when I saw it. The boot had been cut. Not torn, not weathered, cut cleanly, straight down the middle, like something sharp had sliced right through it. My stomach tightened. I straightened up and looked around. The trees seemed taller now, their trunks stretching impossibly high. The silence was suffocating. I turned back the way I came. The path was gone. I spun in a circle. The wide, smooth trail I had been following had disappeared. In its place was untouched forest. No sign of a path, no break in the trees. It was as if the forest had swallowed it whole. Panic surged in my chest. I knew better than to run. I took a deep breath, forced myself to think. I still had my compass, my map. If I could just get my bearings. Then I saw something move, a shape deep in the trees, just a flicker of movement too fast to make out. I wasn't alone. I forced myself to stay calm. I reached into my pack, gripping my knife. My heart was pounding, but I had to stay focused. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees. Nothing. I started walking, not running, not panicking, just moving. I needed to find the original trail. I kept my steps quiet, listening for any sound, any sign of movement. Then, ahead of me, I saw it. Clearing. A small, open space in the trees. Relief flooded through me. If I could get to the clearing, I could reorient myself, find my way back. I stepped forward and nearly fell. The ground beneath me sloped suddenly downward. Not a hill, not a dip, but a sharp, unnatural drop. I barely caught myself before tumbling in. It wasn't a pit. It was something else. A long, deep trench stretching into the trees. And at the bottom, I swallowed hard. Bones. Not animal bones. Not random, scattered remains. These were human. Skulls, ribs, femurs all piled together. Some were old, yellowed with age. Others, some were fresh. I stumbled back, my breath coming in sharp gasps. My mind was screaming at me to move, to run, but my body felt frozen. Then, behind me, a twig snapped. I turned. A figure stood just beyond the trees. Tall, still, watching. I didn't wait. I ran. I didn't care about the noise, about keeping calm. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, crashing through the trees, my pack slamming against my back. Branches tore at my skin. My lungs burned. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. Then, a break in the trees. A real one this time. I burst into the open and saw it, my car. I didn't question how. I just ran. I threw open the door, shoved the keys into the ignition, and peeled out onto the road. I didn't stop until I was miles away. I never found that trail again. I tried looking for it, but it was gone, like it had never existed. The map? Useless. The place wasn't on any record. I still don't know what I saw out there. I don't want to know, but I know one thing for sure. Some places aren't meant to be found. I had planned this solo hiking trip for months. I wanted to test myself, push my limits, and disconnect from the world for a few days. The route I chose was deep in the wilderness, miles away from any towns or cell service. It was supposed to be challenging but rewarding, with stunning views and untouched nature. I parked my car at the trailhead, double-checked my gear, and set off. The first day was everything I had hoped for. Pure solitude, fresh air, and the sound of nothing but my boots crunching on the dirt. The trail was well marked, and I made good time. By sunset, I had set up camp near a small stream, cooked a simple meal, and sat by my fire, feeling satisfied. The second day was harder. The elevation gain was brutal, and the trail became rougher, less maintained. Thick tree roots jutted out of the ground, forcing me to watch my step. The silence felt heavier. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the distant sound of wind moving through the trees. I told myself I was just being paranoid. After all, I was alone, miles from civilization. Of course, it would feel eerie. By late afternoon, I reached an old, abandoned fire lookout tower. I had read about it in my research, a relic from the past, now just a decaying wooden structure with a rusted ladder leading up to the platform. I climbed up to take in the view. The endless stretch of forest, the jagged peaks in the distance, the fading sun casting long shadows. It was beautiful, but something about it also felt wrong. I tried to shake the feeling and set up camp nearby. As I prepared for the night, I heard something, a low, distant sound, almost like a groan. I froze. It wasn't an animal noise. It wasn't the wind. It sounded human, but far away, carried through the trees. I turned off my headlamp and listened. Nothing, just silence again. I tried to tell myself it was the wind playing tricks on me. Maybe it was the structure of the lookout shifting in the breeze. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up, convinced I heard something moving outside my tent. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Not heavy, but not light enough to be an animal. Every time I unzipped my tent to check, my flashlight beam revealed nothing but trees and darkness. Morning couldn't come fast enough. I packed up and got moving as quickly as possible. I felt better once I was back on the trail, but something gnawed at me, a feeling like I was being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the trees, but I never saw anything. The trail became rougher, barely a path at all. Bushes clawed at my legs, and fallen trees forced me to climb or go around. I checked my map and GPS frequently. This section of the trail was supposed to lead to an old service road, which would take me back to the main route. But I never found it. Instead, I found something else. At first, I thought it was just another abandoned campsite. But as I got closer, I realized how wrong I was. The tent was shredded, not collapsed, ripped apart. Gear was scattered, torn clothing half buried under leaves. A backpack lay open, its contents spilling out, but no food. No sign of an animal raid, just destruction. And no people. I felt my stomach twist. Whoever had been here had left, or something had made them leave. I looked around, scanning the trees, the ground, searching for any sign of where they went. Nothing. That's when I noticed the marks. Deep scratches in the trees. Not claw marks, something else. Something deliberate. I didn't want to be here anymore. I checked my GPS again. Still no sign of the service road. I was running low on water, and the sun was already dipping lower. I needed to find my way back to the main trail. I walked faster. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Not mine. Somewhere behind me, steady, matching my pace. I turned so fast I nearly lost my footing. Nothing, but the feeling of being watched was stronger now, pressing down on me. I moved faster, almost jogging. The trees blurred past me. I wasn't thinking about exhaustion or the weight of my pack anymore. I just wanted to get out. Then I saw it. A second campsite, just like the first. Same destruction, same eerie silence. But this one was worse. There were no signs of people, just more shredded tents, broken gear, a fire pit, long cold. And the worst part, a notebook half buried in the dirt. I picked it up with shaking hands. The pages were smeared with dirt and rain, but I could still read some of the words. Scattered entries, not dated, but frantic. Something is out here. I keep hearing it. No way out. The last page just had one sentence scrawled in thick, desperate letters. It knows I see it. I dropped the notebook and ran. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I ran in the direction I thought was back toward my car, crashing through the trees, branches cutting my arms. I didn't stop, didn't look back. Even when I swore I heard something running behind me. Took hours, maybe longer, but eventually I saw it. The dirt road where my car was parked. I stumbled onto it, gasping, drenched in sweat. My car was untouched, just sitting there like nothing had happened. I fumbled with my keys, got inside, and locked the doors. I sat there, hands gripping the wheel, trying to catch my breath. Then, just before I started the engine, I looked up, back toward the trailhead. And I swear, in the fading light, I saw movement. A shape, just at the edge of the trees, watching. I didn't wait to see more. I started the car, slammed it into drive, and didn't stop until I was miles away. I never reported what I saw. What would I even say? I just know one thing for sure. I wasn't alone out there, and whoever or whatever was watching me knew I saw it too. I started my hike early in the morning, just as the sun was rising. The air was cool, and the sky was a pale blue, with streaks of orange cutting through the horizon. I had planned this trip for weeks, mapping out the trail, checking the weather, and making sure I had enough supplies. It wasn't a long hike, just a 2-day trip through a remote section of forest, but I wanted to be prepared. The area was known for its rough terrain and unpredictable weather. The trail started off easy. The first few miles were mostly flat, winding through tall pine trees that swayed gently in the morning breeze. Birds chirped somewhere above, and the distant rustling of leaves made the forest feel alive. I had a heavy pack on my back, filled with food, water, and a small tent. My boots crunched against the dirt path, and every step felt solid and reassuring. As I went deeper into the woods, the trail became narrower. The trees grew closer together, and the air smelled thick with pine and damp earth. I checked my map often, making sure I was on the right path. The plan was to reach a small clearing by late afternoon, set up camp, and continue the next morning. I had studied satellite images of the area, but nothing compared to being out here, surrounded by nature. Around midday, I stopped to eat. I found a fallen log, sat down, and pulled out a sandwich from my pack. As I chewed, I listened to the sounds around me. The forest was never truly quiet. Leaves rustled, birds flapped their wings, and somewhere in the distance, I heard the faint trickle of running water. That was a good sign. I knew there was a small stream nearby, and I had planned to refill my bottles there. After a short break, I kept moving. The terrain started changing. The ground became uneven, covered in exposed roots and loose rocks. I had to watch my step carefully. One wrong move and I could twist an ankle or worse. The deeper I went, the less maintained the trail became. It was clear that not many people came this way. Some parts of the path were overgrown with ferns, and fallen branches forced me to step off the trail briefly. The sun was starting to lower in the sky when I reached the clearing I had planned to camp at. It was a small, open space with a few scattered trees and a large, flat rock in the center. Perfect spot. I dropped my pack, stretched my arms, and took a deep breath. The air smelled fresher here, and the temperature had dropped slightly. I wasted no time setting up my tent, using the last of the daylight to secure it properly. Once the tent was up, I gathered some dry branches and started a small fire. As I sat by the fire, I ate another meal and stared into the flames. The woods around me were dark now. The only light came from the fire and the faint glow of the moon above. I could hear the wind moving through the trees, a soft whisper that never really stopped. There were no other signs of life, no distant voices, no other campers. I was alone. I didn't mind being alone. In fact, I enjoyed the solitude. But there was something about being deep in the woods at night that made me uneasy. It wasn't fear exactly, just a feeling, like the forest was watching. I tried to shake the thought and focused on the fire. After a while, my body started to feel heavy, the exhaustion of the day settling in. I decided to call it a night. I put out the fire, double-checked that my tent was zipped up, and crawled inside my sleeping bag. The night was cold. Even inside my tent, I could feel the temperature drop. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me and listened to the sounds outside. The wind had picked up, rustling the trees more violently. A few times I thought I heard something moving nearby, probably just an animal, maybe a deer. I told myself that over and over until, eventually, I drifted off to sleep. I woke up suddenly. Something had pulled me out of my sleep, but I wasn't sure what. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel sweat on my back despite the cold. I stayed still, listening. The wind was still there, rustling through the trees. But there was something else. A crunch. Not the sound of wind moving branches. Not the distant call of an animal. Something was stepping on the dry leaves outside my tent. Something heavy. I held my breath. Another step. Closer this time. I felt frozen. My mind raced, trying to think of what it could be. A bear? A mountain lion? But neither of those animals would move so cautiously. Predators either attack or they don't. This felt deliberate. The steps stopped. Silence. I waited, staring at the thin fabric of my tent, expecting to see a shadow, hear another step. But nothing came. The forest was still except for the wind. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I lay there, unmoving, listening to the darkness. When the first light of morning broke through the trees, I finally let out a breath I felt like I had been holding for hours. I unzipped my tent slowly and peeked outside. The forest looked the same, calm, peaceful. But when I stepped out, I noticed something. Footprints, not animal prints, human. They circled my tent, stopping just a few feet away. I swallowed hard, my stomach twisting. Someone had been out here with me. Someone had been watching me sleep. I packed up my gear as fast as I could. I didn't eat. I didn't rest. I just moved. Every now and then, I checked over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing in the trees. But there was no one. The whole way back, I felt like I was being followed. I never saw anything, never heard another step. But I felt it, that weight on my back, that pressure in my gut telling me I wasn't alone. I reached my car by the afternoon, threw my pack inside, and got in. When I locked the doors, I finally let out a long breath. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. As I drove away, I told myself I had imagined it, that the footprints could have been old, that the sounds could have been an animal. But deep down, I knew the truth. Someone had been out there with me, and they had waited until I fell asleep. I had planned this solo hiking trip for months. The goal was simple. 3 days, deep in the wilderness, no distractions. I chose a lesser-known trail in the Pacific Northwest, one I had read about on an old hiking forum. Not many people talked about it, and that was exactly what I wanted: solitude, nature, and the challenge of navigating a path that wasn't crowded with tourists. The drive out there took most of the morning. The last hour was spent on a narrow dirt road, the kind that made me grateful for my truck suspension. By the time I reached the trailhead, it was close to noon. My pack was heavy, but I had everything I needed: food, a water filter, extra clothes, a tent, a small first aid kit, and a knife strapped to my hip. I wasn't expecting trouble, but I also wasn't stupid. The first few miles were perfect. The path wound through dense pine forests, the air crisp and fresh. Sunlight filtered through the trees in golden beams, and the only sounds were my boots on the dirt and the occasional bird call. It felt exactly like I had hoped: isolated, peaceful. After about 5 miles, the trail started getting rougher. The path narrowed, overgrown with roots and brambles, and I had to push through in places where nature was reclaiming the route. I checked my map frequently to stay on track. This wasn't a maintained trail, just an old route from logging days, barely marked. It wasn't even on official maps anymore, just a faint line on an outdated topographic one I had found online. By late afternoon, I set up camp near a small creek. The water was clear, cold, and perfect for filtering. I ate a simple dinner, watched the sun dip behind the trees, and enjoyed the stillness. That first night, everything was normal. I slept light, as I always did outdoors, but nothing disturbed me beyond the usual rustling of small animals. The second day was when things started feeling off. The trail got even harder to follow. At times, it completely disappeared, forcing me to rely on my map, compass, and gut instincts. The forest grew denser, the trees taller, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. There was a weight in the air, something subtle but noticeable, like the pressure before a storm. The silence became unnatural. I realized I hadn't heard a single bird call or insect hum for hours, just the crunch of my boots and my own breathing. Then, I found the first sign that I wasn't alone. A few feet off the trail, there was something hanging from a low branch. At first, I thought it was trash, some old fabric caught in the wind. But as I got closer, I saw it was a bundle of sticks, bound together with twine, a small bone tied at the center. It looked deliberate, ritualistic. My gut told me to keep moving. I picked up the pace. My plan was to reach a small clearing I had marked on my map, camp there, and then head back the next morning. I told myself the bundle was just some weird thing left by another hiker, maybe a joke, maybe something else. Either way, I wasn't superstitious. I pushed forward. An hour later, I found the second one. This one was hanging right in the middle of the trail. The same structure, sticks, twine, a small bone. But this time it was bigger, more intricate. And beneath it, on the dirt, was a single deep footprint. Not mine. Larger, barefoot. It was fresh. I stopped, listened. The forest was utterly silent. I felt the hairs on my arms rise. Someone was out here. Someone who didn't want to be found. I didn't run. Running in the wilderness is how you get lost or injured. Instead, I forced myself to walk steadily, heart hammering in my chest. I checked my knife, made sure it was secure. Every few minutes, I glanced behind me, half expecting to see someone step out from the trees. I reached the clearing just as the sun dipped into the horizon. It was a wide, open space surrounded by thick pines. In the center, a massive, ancient tree stood alone, its bark weathered and twisted. It should have felt like a safe spot. Didn't. I set up my tent fast, every movement tight with tension. I built a fire larger than usual. The light helped, but my nerves didn't settle. I kept scanning the tree line, watching for movement. Every so often, I thought I saw something. A shift in the shadows, a flicker of motion, but it was never clear. I forced myself to eat, but my stomach was tight. I was being watched. I could feel it. That night, I barely slept. Sometime in the early hours, I woke to a noise, a low, rhythmic tapping. Not an animal, not the wind, something deliberate. I lay still, gripping my knife, every muscle frozen. The sound came from just outside my tent. Tap, tap, tap. Couldn't breathe. Slowly, I reached for my flashlight, clicked it on, and unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. Nothing. The fire had burned low, casting weak, flickering light. The trees stood still, but the feeling remained. Someone was there, just beyond the light's reach, watching. I didn't sleep again. I sat upright, knife in hand, until the first light of dawn crept through the trees. The second the sun was up, I packed my gear and started hiking back, fast. The way back felt different. The silence was heavier. The forest felt like it was closing in. The stick bundles, more of them now, hung from the trees at random intervals, some fresh, some old. I moved quickly, not caring about the trail anymore, just heading in the direction of my truck. Then the worst moment. As I pushed through a thick patch of undergrowth, I saw movement ahead. Person, barefoot, thin, standing just between the trees. I couldn't see their face, just their shape. They didn't move. I turned and ran. I don't remember the last few miles. My body moved on autopilot, crashing through the brush, branches slashing at my arms. When I finally saw my truck, I felt like I might collapse. I threw my pack into the bed, jumped inside, and locked the doors before I even caught my breath. I didn't look back as I sped down that dirt road. When I got home, I went straight to my computer. I searched everything, old legends, missing hikers, anything. But that trail didn't exist. At least not officially. No records, no maps, nothing. I haven't been hiking since. I had always loved hiking alone. Something about being away from the noise, deep in the wilderness where it was just me, the trees, and the wind was calming. I liked the control. Choosing my own pace, stopping when I wanted, going as far as I felt like. So when I took a week off work, I planned a solo trip into the mountains. The trail I chose wasn't one of the popular ones. It was an old logging road that had been abandoned years ago, now overgrown and rough. I had read about it in a forum where people shared off-the-beaten-path hiking spots. It was perfect, no tourists, no crowded viewpoints, just pure isolation. I started early in the morning, the air still crisp and cool. The first few miles were easy, just a steady incline through thick trees. Birds chirped, squirrels rustled in the underbrush, and the only real sound was my boots crunching on dirt. Felt good to be out there. No emails, no phone calls, no stress. A few hours in, I noticed the path getting narrower, less maintained. It was clear that few people had come this way in a long time. Bushes encroached on the trail, fallen logs blocked parts of it, and at times I had to push my way through branches. I wasn't worried, though. I had a GPS, extra food, and I knew how to handle myself. Around midday, I stopped to eat. I found a rock with a view overlooking a deep valley. It was beautiful, miles of green stretching into the distance. Nothing but wilderness. I felt lucky to be there, away from everything. But as I sat there, I realized something. It was too quiet. The birds had stopped chirping. The wind, which had been a constant presence all morning, had died down completely. There was nothing but silence. At first, I told myself it was normal. Animals go quiet sometimes. Maybe a predator was nearby, a bear or a cougar. I scanned the trees, my hand resting on the knife I kept on my belt, but I saw nothing. Still, the silence was unsettling. It made me feel exposed, like I was being watched. I finished eating quickly and got moving again, telling myself I was just overthinking it. But the further I hiked, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The trail, which had already been rough, was getting worse. Trees had fallen across it at odd angles, like something had forced them down. Some of them had deep scratches in the bark, long parallel lines, too clean to be natural. By late afternoon, I reached a clearing where I had planned to set up camp. It was a small, flat patch of land beside a creek, perfect for the night. But something was wrong. The ground was disturbed, fresh, deep marks in the dirt, like something heavy had been dragged through. I crouched down, running my fingers over the impressions. They weren't tire tracks. They were too uneven, too irregular. And they were recent. The dirt was still loose. A part of me wanted to turn back, but I had hiked too far. It would be dark soon, and hiking back at night wasn't an option. I set up my tent, lit a small fire, and tried to ignore the unease gnawing at me. The night was worse. I woke up to the sound of something moving outside my tent. A slow, dragging sound. Something heavy. I held my breath, listening. The fire had died down to embers, casting just enough light to see shadows moving beyond the thin fabric of my tent. Then it stopped. For what felt like forever, there was silence. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, just as I started to think maybe I had imagined it, I heard a low, shuffling noise right outside my tent. I grabbed my knife, forcing myself to stay still. My heart was pounding. I wanted to unzip the tent and look, but I also didn't. I just sat there, knife in hand, listening. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it was gone. The sounds faded into the distance. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I packed up as fast as I could and started hiking back. But something was wrong. The trail didn't look the same. I had marked trees as I hiked up, small scratches with my knife to help me find my way back. But they were gone. Every single one. I tried to stay calm. I had a GPS. I followed it, but the further I went, the more the landscape didn't match what I remembered. Trees I didn't recognize, turns I didn't take on the way up. Then I found the first footprint. Not mine. Bigger, deeper. Someone or something had been following me. Panic started creeping in. I moved faster, checking over my shoulder every few steps. The woods felt wrong. The trees pressing in, the silence unbearable. Hours passed, but I wasn't making progress. My GPS was useless, pointing me in directions that didn't make sense. My water was running low. The sun was getting lower. Then I saw it, a shape in the trees. Not an animal, not a person, just a shadow too still, too tall. Watching, I didn't think. I ran. Branches whipped my face. My legs burned, but I kept going. I ran until my lungs felt like they would explode, until my legs threatened to give out. And then, somehow, I was back on a real trail. A wide one with clear markings, one I knew led back to the main road. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I ran until I saw my car, until I was inside with the doors locked. I never reported it. What would I say? That something in the woods was watching me? That the trail changed? That I found footprints that weren't mine? No one would believe me, but I know what I felt, and I know I'll never go back there. Some places aren't meant to be explored. Some places don't want you there, and I listened. I had been hiking alone for years. It was something I enjoyed, just me, the trees, and the open trail. No distractions, no noise, just nature. This time, I had planned a solo trip deep in the Montana wilderness. A 3-day trek, miles away from any town. The trail wasn't well known, which was exactly what I wanted. The first day was peaceful. The air was crisp, the scent of pine thick in the air. The path wound through dense trees, with the occasional clearing that revealed rolling hills stretching into the distance. I followed my map, marking my progress. My pack was heavy with supplies: water, food, a tent, a knife, and a first aid kit. Everything I needed. By evening, I found a good spot to set up camp. A small clearing beside a shallow stream. I pitched my tent, started a fire, and cooked a simple meal. The silence out here was comforting. No distant hum of cars, no voices. Just the occasional rustling in the bushes, likely rabbits or deer. As darkness settled, I climbed into my tent and zipped myself in. The night was quiet, except for the occasional chirping of crickets. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the hike. The second day started normal. I packed up my gear and continued down the trail. The forest thickened, the air cooler under the shade. Around midday, I came across something strange. A pile of rocks, stacked neatly in the middle of the path. At first, I thought it was just some hiker's way of marking the trail, but as I looked closer, I noticed that each rock was different in size and shape, carefully balanced. Something about it felt off. I took a photo, then carefully stepped around it and kept walking. After another hour, I saw another pile. This time, the rocks were stacked higher. I felt uneasy. Someone had placed these here, and I hadn't seen a single person since I started this hike. As the afternoon stretched on, I tried to shake the feeling of being watched. The trees felt taller, the spaces between them darker. Every now and then, I'd stop and listen. Nothing, just the wind. But my gut told me I wasn't alone. I hiked faster, putting more distance between myself and those strange rock piles. When the sun started setting, I found a spot to camp. I forced myself to eat, though my appetite was gone. The uneasiness clung to me like damp air. I built a fire, bigger than the night before, hoping it would keep whatever was out there away. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing things. Not animals, not the wind, just movement, subtle, shuffling, crunching. Every time I unzipped my tent and shone my flashlight, there was nothing. By dawn, I was exhausted. I wanted to keep going, finish my hike. But as I packed up, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Another pile of rocks, right next to my tent. This one was smaller, but it hadn't been there the night before. Someone had been near me while I slept. I didn't eat. I didn't stop to enjoy the morning air. I just packed and started walking. The deeper I went, the worse it got. The trees seemed closer, the air heavier. I found more stacks of rocks, each one larger than the last. They weren't just on the path anymore. They were beside trees, near boulders, even balanced on fallen logs. Someone was doing this, and they wanted me to know they were there. Around midday, I reached a section of the trail that had a steep drop on one side. I moved carefully, my boots kicking small rocks over the edge. The sound of them bouncing down was swallowed by the trees below. That's when I saw it. A figure, far down the path, standing completely still. I stopped, my body frozen. It wasn't close enough for me to see details, but I knew it was a person. They were just standing there, blocking the trail. I don't know how long I stood there, staring. My heart was hammering. My mind was screaming at me to turn back, but I had no other way. I had to go forward. I took a step. The figure didn't move. Another step. Still nothing. I kept walking, slowly, my hands tightening around the straps of my pack. As I got closer, I realized something was wrong. The figure wasn't looking at me. It was turned slightly away, head tilted down. They were wearing old, tattered clothes, dirty and torn. Bare feet, darkened with grime. Their hands were hanging limp at their sides. I took another step, then another. I was close now, maybe 30 feet away. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I didn't want to speak. I didn't want them to turn. Then, in one quick motion, they moved. They didn't turn toward me. Instead, they stepped off the trail, just walked straight into the trees, vanishing into the thick brush like they had never been there. I stood there, my whole body rigid, my ears strained, listening. No sound, no footsteps, nothing. I ran. I ran so fast my pack bounced violently against my back. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. The trail blurred past me. I didn't stop. I didn't breathe. I didn't think. I ran until my legs burned, until my lungs felt like they would burst. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw a break in the trees. The end of the trail. My car. I nearly collapsed as I reached it. My hands fumbled for my keys, shaking so hard I could barely unlock the door. I threw myself inside, locked every door, and sat there, gasping for air. I don't know who that was. I don't know why they were out there, but I do know one thing. When I glanced in my rearview mirror before driving off, there was a pile of rocks, right behind my car. I should have turned back when I had the chance. I had been planning this hike for months. The idea was simple. Drive out to a remote trail deep in the mountains, spend the weekend alone, clear my mind, and get away from everything. I wasn't new to hiking. I had done plenty of solo trips before, but this one was different. The trail I chose was not popular. I found it buried in an old forum post, mentioned by someone who had hiked it years ago. There were no recent reviews, no maps other than a vague, outdated topographical one, and only a handful of references online. That should have been my first warning. The drive itself took longer than expected. I followed an old, cracked road that wound up into the mountains. It was narrow, barely wide enough for my car, with deep drop-offs on one side and a dense forest pressing in on the other. When I finally reached the trailhead, it was already late afternoon. There was no sign, no designated parking area, just a small clearing off the road. I pulled in, cut the engine, and stepped out. The air was cool and still. The only sound was the wind moving through the trees. I slung my pack over my shoulders, double-checked my gear, and started down the trail. The first few miles were uneventful. The trail was narrow, cutting through thick undergrowth. It was overgrown in some spots, as if no one had been through in years. I had to push aside branches and duck under fallen trees. My boots crunched over leaves and twigs, the sound loud in the otherwise silent forest. I hadn't seen a single sign of human activity, no footprints, no trash, nothing. It was around dusk when I reached the spot where I had planned to camp. It was a small clearing beside a creek, surrounded by towering pines. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and got a small fire going. The heat was comforting, pushing back the creeping cold of the evening. I ate, stretched out beside the fire, and watched the stars appear overhead. Then I heard it, a sharp crack, like a branch snapping, somewhere in the distance. I sat up, listening. Nothing, just the wind in the trees. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer moving through the brush. Still, I kept my headlamp on a little longer than usual before crawling into my tent. I woke up suddenly. I didn't know what time it was, but the fire had burned down to embers. The air was freezing, and then I heard it again, footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the trees behind my tent. I held my breath. My first thought was a bear. I reached for my knife, keeping still, but something felt off. The steps weren't heavy enough for a bear, and they weren't the erratic movements of an animal. They were steady, slow, like someone walking carefully. I listened for what felt like forever, my heart hammering. Then silence. After a long time, I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe a branch falling. Maybe my imagination. I forced myself to lie back down, though it took a while to fall asleep. The next morning, I stepped out of my tent, stretching. My breath hung in the cold air. The forest was quiet, almost unnaturally so. I checked around my campsite, looking for tracks. Nothing. But as I was packing up, I noticed something odd. A single boot print just at the edge of my camp. It wasn't mine. The print was older, partially covered by fallen leaves, but it was definitely there. And it wasn't an animal's. It looked like a hiking boot, maybe a size bigger than mine. I stared at it for a long time. It had been years since anyone had talked about this trail. Who else would be out here? I pushed the thought away and kept moving. The second day of hiking was tougher. The trail grew steeper, winding through rocky terrain. The trees thinned out, replaced by jagged cliffs and uneven ground. My legs burned as I climbed, but I kept going. That afternoon, the feeling started. It was subtle at first, just a nagging sense that I wasn't alone. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone, but there was never anything there. The unease grew stronger as the day wore on. The wind seemed quieter. The forest felt off, like something was watching me. By evening, I found another place to camp, an open plateau overlooking the valley below. The view was incredible, but I couldn't enjoy it. That sense of being watched was stronger now. I tried to ignore it as I set up my tent and started a fire. As darkness settled, I forced myself to eat. The silence was oppressive. Every small sound made my skin crawl. My brain kept playing tricks on me, making me think I saw movement at the edge of my vision. Then, as I was adding wood to the fire, I saw it. A figure, standing just at the edge of the tree line, far enough that I couldn't make out details. But it was there. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Was it a trick of the firelight? A tree? But no, it was a person, standing perfectly still. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it at the trees. The light cut through the darkness, but there was nothing there, just the trees unmoving. I scanned back and forth, my hand shaking. Nothing. I told myself I was seeing things. The isolation was getting to me. I hadn't spoken to another person in 2 days. My mind was playing tricks, but I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I broke camp quickly. I wanted to get out. I wasn't enjoying this trip anymore. The trail back was supposed to be a loop, leading me back to my car by evening. I moved fast, pushing myself harder than usual. But then I found something that made my blood run cold. A campsite, abandoned, and not old. The tent was still there, collapsed. A fire pit with blackened wood. A backpack, half unzipped, spilling out clothes and supplies. A pair of boots, placed neatly beside the remnants of the tent. No sign of anyone. I called out, my voice breaking the eerie silence. Nothing. I checked the backpack. The food inside was expired but not rotten. There was no ID, no name, no indication of who it belonged to. But the thing that made my stomach drop was the notebook. It was lying near the tent, half covered in dirt. I picked it up and flipped through it, pages filled with frantic handwriting. Something is following me. I see it at night. It doesn't make noise. It knows I see it. The last entry was just 2 words, scrawled so hard into the paper that it nearly tore. Not alone. I dropped the notebook and ran. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I ran until my legs burned, until my lungs felt like they would burst. The trail blurred past me. I don't remember much of the descent, only that the feeling of being watched never left me. I reached my car just as the sun was setting. I threw my pack inside, jumped in, and tore down that narrow mountain road without looking back. I don't know who left that campsite. I don't know what happened to them, but I do know one thing. I was not alone out there. I always liked hiking alone. It gave me peace, a break from the noise of the world. This time, I planned a trip to a lesser-known trail deep in the mountains. It wasn't completely off-grid, but it wasn't popular either. A friend had mentioned it to me months ago, saying it was beautiful but tough. That was exactly what I wanted. The trail started off easy, a dirt path winding through thick trees, the sound of birds and rustling leaves filling the air. The air was crisp, the kind that feels fresh in your lungs. I had my backpack packed with everything I needed: food, water, a first aid kit, a knife, a small tent, and a map of the area. My plan was to hike up to a clearing near the ridge, set up camp for the night, then head back the next day. As I walked, I noticed how quiet it was. No distant chatter from other hikers, no signs of anyone else. It felt like I had the whole forest to myself. It was perfect. A few hours in, the path got steeper, and the trees grew denser. Sunlight barely reached the ground, making everything dim even though it was still daytime. I checked my map and compass often, making sure I was on track. Everything seemed fine. Around midday, I stopped to eat. Sitting on a fallen log, I pulled out a sandwich and enjoyed the silence. That's when I noticed something strange. A little further up the trail, off to the side, there was a clearing, but it didn't look natural. The trees were cut in a way that looked too deliberate, like someone had made space for something. The ground was covered in dead grass, and there were small rocks arranged in a pattern. I walked closer, feeling an unease I couldn't explain. The rocks were placed in rows, some forming small piles. It didn't look like a fire pit or a camp setup. It looked purposeful, like a marker or a warning. I shook it off and kept moving. By late afternoon, I reached the ridge where I planned to camp. The view was breathtaking, rolling hills stretching far into the distance, the sky turning shades of orange and red. I set up my tent, made a small fire, and sat back, enjoying the evening. The quiet was peaceful, but it was also heavy. As night fell, I crawled into my tent, zipped up my sleeping bag, and closed my eyes. I don't know how long I slept before I woke up. Something had pulled me from sleep, but I didn't know what. I listened. First, there was nothing, just the wind. But then, faintly, I heard it, a crunch, like footsteps on dry leaves. I held my breath. Could be an animal, I told myself. Maybe a deer or a fox. But the sound was steady, too slow, too careful. I stayed still, waiting. Then another sound, closer. This time, I knew it wasn't an animal. It was footsteps, human footsteps. I reached for my knife, gripping it tightly. My heart pounded as I lay there, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped just outside my tent. Silence. Then, a slow, dragging sound, like something being pulled across the ground. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. The wind? No, it was too deliberate. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours. Finally, the sound faded. I waited even longer before I dared to move. When I finally unzipped the tent and looked out, there was nothing. The fire had burned down to embers, the forest still and dark. But something was off. My backpack was open. I knew I had zipped it. I always did. Nothing was missing, but someone had gone through it. I didn't sleep after that. As soon as the sun started rising, I packed up and got moving. The way down felt different. I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling watched. The forest, which had felt peaceful before, now felt wrong. Then, about halfway down, I saw it. A shoe. Just one, lying in the dirt off the side of the trail. It was old, weathered, and next to it, barely visible under the leaves, was something worse. A ripped piece of fabric. I picked it up, stiff, torn at the edges, faded with time. I looked around. The trees felt taller, the silence heavier. I moved faster. By the time I reached the start of the trail, my shirt was soaked with sweat. I didn't stop until I got to my car, locked the doors, and sat there trying to calm my breathing. As I drove away, I thought about the shoe, the fabric, the strange clearing, and the footsteps outside my tent. Something had happened in those woods, and someone was still out there. I had been planning this solo hike for months, a 3-day trek through the backcountry, far from the tourist-heavy trails, deep in the wilderness. It was the kind of hike I loved most. Isolated, challenging, and rewarding. The drive to the trailhead was long and uneventful. I parked my car in a dirt lot, checked my gear, and set off. The trail was rough, barely maintained, just as I expected. Thick pine trees lined the path, their scent filling the crisp morning air. The first few miles were easy, just a steady incline through a dense forest. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird call. After a few hours, I reached a clearing with a small stream. I stopped for a break, refilled my water, and checked my map. Everything was going as planned. My goal was to reach a secluded ridge before nightfall, where I'd set up camp. There were no official campsites, just a flat area I had marked from satellite images. It would be quiet, undisturbed, perfect. As I continued, the trail became less defined. It was clear not many people hiked this way. I had to navigate using my map and GPS. I didn't mind, it was part of the adventure. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt. That was the appeal. Around late afternoon, I noticed something odd. A single old boot sitting in the middle of the trail. It was weathered, cracked, as if it had been there for years. I glanced around but saw nothing else. No backpack, no sign of anyone. Just the boot. It was strange, but I pushed it out of my mind. People lost things all the time. I hiked on, reaching the ridge as the sun dipped low. The view was incredible. Rolling hills stretching for miles, untouched wilderness in every direction. I set up my tent, cooked a simple meal, and watched the sky turn from orange to deep blue. It was perfect. That night, I barely slept. Not from fear, just the usual unease of being alone in the wild. Every crack of a branch, every gust of wind, made my mind race. But I reminded myself, I'm the only person out here. There's nothing to be afraid of. The next morning, I packed up and continued. My plan was to loop around and return by a different route. As I walked, I noticed a faint path branching off from my trail. It wasn't on my map, probably an old game trail. I felt curious, so I followed it for a bit. A mile in, I found something that made my stomach tighten. A campsite, but not a normal one. It was abandoned, scattered with torn gear, broken poles, and shredded fabric. A backpack lay half buried in the dirt, its contents spilling out. Clothes, a cooking pot, a knife. There were no signs of people, no footprints, no notes. Just this wreckage, as if someone had left in a hurry. Or worse, I felt uneasy. I scanned the area, listening. Nothing. It was dead silent. I considered turning back, but curiosity kept me there. I searched the ground, looking for clues. The gear was old, but not ancient, maybe a year, maybe less. It hadn't been taken by animals. Something else had happened here. Then I found the rope. A length of thick rope tied around a low-hanging tree branch. A noose. It swayed gently in the breeze. I stepped back, my pulse hammering. This wasn't just an abandoned campsite. Something terrible had happened here. I left, quickly. Back on my original path, I forced myself to stay calm. People did strange things in the wild. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe someone had been in distress, left in a hurry. But the noose, that was deliberate. That was something else. I hiked faster than before, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. The feeling of being alone, which I had once enjoyed, now felt suffocating. Then I heard it. A snap. Not a normal branch breaking. It was sharp, deliberate. I froze, listening. Silence. I waited, heart pounding. Then another snap. Closer. I wasn't alone. I didn't see anything, but I knew. Someone was there, watching. I moved fast, nearly running. My goal now was simple: get out of this place. The peaceful hike I had planned was over. Now it was survival. As I pushed forward, the trail became harder to follow. I knew I was going the right way, but something felt off. I should have reached a certain marker by now, a large boulder I had noted on the map. But it wasn't there. I checked my GPS dead. My phone? Also dead. Panic crept in. I had full battery that morning. There was no reason for them both to die. The sound came again. Closer. This time, footsteps. Slow, steady, deliberate. I didn't wait to see who it was. I ran. Branches whipped my face. Roots caught my feet. But I didn't stop. I ran until my legs burned, until my breath came in ragged gasps. Then I saw it, the boulder. Finally, I was on the right path. Relief surged through me. I didn't stop moving until I reached the main trail, the one closer to civilization. Only then did I allow myself to breathe. I never saw who it was. I never looked back. By the time I reached my car, the sun was setting. My hands were shaking as I unlocked the door. I threw my pack inside and drove without stopping, not even bothering to change out of my dirty clothes. When I got home, I checked the maps again. That path I had followed, it wasn't on any official records. That campsite, no reports, no missing persons that matched the gear I saw. It was like it had never existed. I haven't gone on a solo hike since. I always liked hiking alone. It was peaceful, a break from the noise of the city. No music, no traffic, just the sound of my boots crunching the dirt and the wind whispering through the trees. It was my way of resetting my mind, clearing out all the stress that built up during the week. I had been doing it for years, and I thought I knew what I was doing. But this hike was different. I had planned everything the way I always did. I picked a trail I hadn't done before, a remote one in the mountains. It wasn't too long, about 10 miles round trip, but it was steep. The reviews online said it was tough but rewarding, with some of the best views in the region. I packed my gear. Plenty of water, some snacks, a first aid kit, a knife, a map, and a headlamp. I even brought a small emergency bivy sack just in case. My phone was fully charged, but I knew I wouldn't have service. I didn't worry about that too much. I had hiked plenty of times without service. I got to the trailhead around 7 in the morning. My car was the only one in the parking lot. That should have been my first warning sign. Even on lesser-known trails, there's usually at least one other car. But I shrugged it off. Maybe I was just early. Maybe people didn't like hiking this trail because it was too hard. That thought actually made me feel good. I liked the idea of having the place to myself. The first few miles were fine. The incline was brutal, but I had expected that. The trees were thick, blocking out most of the sunlight. The air was crisp and smelled like pine and damp earth. The only sounds were birds and the occasional rustling in the underbrush, probably squirrels or deer. Felt like a normal hike. Then I noticed something weird. I was about 3 miles in when I saw the first one. A tree, stripped of its bark about 6 feet up, deep scratch marks running down its trunk. I stopped and stared at it. I had seen claw marks on trees before. Bears do it all the time, but these looked different. They weren't spaced right for a bear. They were too long, too deep. I ran my fingers over them. The edges were fresh. Whatever made them had done it recently. I felt uneasy but kept going. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe some animal had a strange way of marking territory. Still, I picked up my pace a little. About a mile later, I saw something else. A deer, or what was left of one. It was off the trail, just past a small clearing. I could smell it before I saw it. The body was torn open, its insides spread out like something had been eating it. But the strange part was the way it was positioned. Its legs were bent at odd angles, like they had been broken before it died. There was no sign of struggle, no drag marks, no disturbed leaves. It was just there, like it had been placed. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. This wasn't normal. I turned back to the trail and kept moving. I wasn't gonna run. Running makes you look like prey, but I didn't stop to take in the scenery anymore. I just wanted to reach the summit, take a quick look, and head back down. That's when I realized something else. The forest was silent. I stopped walking and listened. No birds, no wind, no rustling leaves. Just silence. The kind that makes your ears ring. My stomach twisted into a knot. I had been in the woods enough to know that when everything goes quiet, it means there's a predator nearby. I gripped my knife and forced myself to keep going. After what felt like forever, I made it to the summit. The view was incredible, miles of rolling mountains stretching out in every direction. But I barely looked at it. I just wanted to turn around and get out of there. That's when I noticed something else. Footprints. Not mine. Not hiking boots. Bare feet. And they weren't old. The dirt was still loose around the edges, like they had been made minutes ago. I felt something watching me. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line. Nothing. Just trees and shadows. but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was there, just out of sight. I started walking back down, fast but not running. My body was screaming at me to run, but I knew better. Whatever was out there, I didn't want it to think I was weak. I gripped my knife tighter. The hike back felt different. The trees seemed closer, the air heavier. The silence pressed down on me, making it hard to breathe. Every few minutes, I would glance over my shoulder, sure I would see something, but there was nothing. Then I saw the second deer. It was just like the first one. Torn open, legs broken, no signs of struggle. But this one was fresh. The blood was still wet, and it was right next to the trail. I forced myself to keep walking. My hands were shaking. I was sweating even though the air was cool. I just needed to get to my car. I wasn't even thinking about what I had seen anymore. I just needed to leave. Then, finally, I saw the parking lot through the trees. My car was still there. Relief hit me so hard I almost cried. I stepped out of the tree line, walked straight to my car, and got inside, locking the doors. That's when I saw the footprints again, right next to my car. Bare feet, leading up to the driver's side door. My stomach turned to ice. Someone had been here. Someone had been waiting. I turned the key so fast I nearly broke it. The engine roared to life and I threw it into reverse. Gravel sprayed as I backed out. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. I didn't stop driving until I was back in town. I pulled into a gas station parking lot and sat there, my hands gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles were white. My heart was pounding. My mind was racing. I don't know who or what was out there, but I know one thing. I'm never hiking alone again. I had been planning the hike for weeks, a solo trip through the mountains, away from the noise of the city, away from people. Just me, the forest, and the trail. I picked a route that was remote but not completely isolated, one of those lesser-known trails that had some online reviews but weren't exactly tourist hotspots. I wanted solitude, not danger. I left early in the morning, the sun just beginning to light up the sky as I parked my truck at the trailhead. The air was crisp, and the smell of pine and damp earth filled my lungs. I checked my gear, extra food, plenty of water, a first aid kit, a knife, and a map with a compass. I had my phone, but I knew better than to rely on it. Signal would be spotty at best, non-existent at worst. I had told my brother my route and estimated return time. Safety first. The first few miles were easy. Well-worn paths, gradual inclines, the kind of hike that makes you feel alive without making you struggle. Birds chirped in the trees, and I even spotted a few deer in the distance. It was perfect. Around midday, I reached a fork in the trail. The main path continued west, but a narrower, less trodden path veered north. I had read about this path in an old forum post. Someone had mentioned that it led to a hidden valley with stunning views, but also that it was easy to get lost if you weren't careful. I had my compass, my map, and daylight on my side. I decided to go for it. The trail was rougher than I expected, overgrown in places, roots sticking out, rocks loose underfoot. It was clear that not many people took this path. I moved carefully, checking my position on the map every so often. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest became. The usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves faded. It wasn't silent, but it felt off, like something was just out of place. After about an hour, I realized I hadn't seen a single marker or footprint. The trail was supposed to loop back towards the main path eventually, but I wasn't seeing any sign of that happening. I pulled out my map again, but the landmarks around me didn't match what I expected. That gnawing feeling of unease started to creep in. I decided to backtrack. If I followed my own footprints, I'd get back to the main trail. Simple enough. But as I turned, I noticed something that sent a chill down my spine. There were no footprints. The soft dirt should have held my tracks, but the path behind me looked untouched. I knew I had come this way. I had stepped through mud not 10 minutes ago. There should have been some sign of me passing, but there was nothing. I forced myself to stay calm. Maybe the ground had dried faster than I thought. Maybe the wind had scattered the prints. I retraced my steps carefully, keeping an eye on the trees, looking for anything familiar. but nothing was familiar anymore. The trees looked the same in every direction. The path twisted in ways I didn't remember. I wasn't just lost, I was completely turned around. My compass still pointed north, but it was like the trail itself had shifted while I wasn't looking. I walked for another hour, maybe two, hoping to find something, anything, that I recognized. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, and I knew I had to make a decision. I could keep moving and risk getting even more lost in the dark, or I could set up camp and wait until morning when I'd have better visibility. My gut told me to stop, so I did. I found a relatively flat area near a fallen tree and set up my small tent. I built a fire, ate one of my protein bars, and tried to focus on a plan. If I followed the sun's direction in the morning, I should be able to head west and intersect with the main trail. I just had to make it through the night. The forest was unnervingly quiet as darkness settled in. I had camped alone before, but this felt different. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that something was just beyond the firelight, watching. I told myself it was just nerves, that I was being paranoid. Then I heard it, a sound in the distance, a rhythmic, deliberate noise, footsteps. My breath caught in my throat. I listened, straining to hear over the crackling fire. The footsteps were slow, steady. Not an animal too heavy, not another hiker too deliberate. I reached for my knife and held it tight. Then they stopped. I sat there, knife in hand, staring into the dark. Nothing moved. The fire flickered, casting shadows against the trees. I told myself it had been my imagination, a trick of the wind, but I knew better. Something or someone was out there. I barely slept. Every rustle, every whisper of wind set my nerves on edge. When dawn finally broke, I wasted no time packing up. I needed to get out of there. I moved fast, ignoring my exhaustion, pushing forward. But no matter which way I went, nothing looked right. I started marking trees with my knife, making sure I wasn't going in circles. Hours passed. My water supply was running low. My legs ached. Then I saw something ahead. A structure. Not a cabin. Not a ranger station. Just a shack. Old, rotting, barely standing. Shouldn't have been there. No maps mentioned a structure out here. But at that moment, it was the only sign of anything human. I approached cautiously. The door hung open slightly. The inside was dark. It smelled like damp wood and decay. I stepped in. Inside, the walls were covered in deep scratches. Some looked old, others fresh. The floor was littered with broken glass, bones, small ones like from rabbits or birds. A backpack sat in the corner, torn open, its contents scattered. I checked the tag. It wasn't mine. Then I noticed the writing, faint, scrawled into the wood near the door. Leave before night. I didn't hesitate. I turned and ran, not caring about direction anymore. I ran until my legs gave out, until my lungs burned. I ran until I stumbled onto something familiar, the main trail. I don't know how I found it, and I don't care. I followed it without stopping, pushing forward until I reached the parking lot. My truck was there, just as I had left it. I threw my gear inside and drove away without looking back. I never found out who wrote that message, or what made those scratches. But I know one thing, I was not alone in those woods, and whatever else was out there, it wanted me to stay. The wind carried the scent of pine through the air as I adjusted the straps on my backpack. It was early morning, the kind where the sun barely kisses the tops of the trees, stretching long shadows over the dirt path. My plan was simple: hike up to the ridge, camp for the night, and head back down the next day. A solo trip to clear my mind. I had picked this trail because it was remote, not completely uncharted, but far enough from popular routes that I didn't expect to see anyone else. That was part of the appeal. Just me, the trees, and the quiet. The first few miles were easy, a gentle incline through thick woods. I kept a steady pace, listening to the crunch of my boots on the dirt and the occasional rustle of unseen animals in the underbrush. The trees stood tall, packed tightly together, their trunks rough with age. Some had deep grooves from where bears or other animals had scratched at the bark. I had seen plenty of signs of wildlife, tracks in the mud, droppings off the path, but nothing out of the ordinary. The first sign that something felt wrong came around midday. The forest had been alive with birdsong earlier, but now it was silent. Not a single chirp. I stopped, listening, trying to figure out what had changed. My skin prickled. It wasn't just quiet, it was unnaturally quiet. I shook it off and kept moving. Maybe a predator was nearby, and the smaller animals were staying hidden. That made sense. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see someone, or something, standing between the trees. But there was nothing, just the empty trail winding behind me. A few miles later, I found a good clearing to set up camp. It was a flat area near a small stream, perfect for an overnight stay. I dropped my pack and stretched my arms, rolling the stiffness out of my shoulders. As I worked, that feeling of being watched never went away. Clung to me, heavy and suffocating. I set up my tent quickly, trying to focus on something tangible. The sun was setting by the time I had everything ready. I built a small fire and sat close to it, eating a simple meal. My body was tired, but my mind was alert, ears tuned to every noise in the dark. The fire crackled, sending flickering shadows across the trees. I told myself that I was just on edge from hiking alone. That's all it was. Then I heard it, a sound from the trees, a sharp snap like a branch breaking underfoot. I froze. My breath hitched. It was close. I slowly turned my head, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. Nothing moved, but I knew what I heard. I wasn't alone out here. I stood up, my body tense. Probably an animal, I muttered to myself, barely a whisper, but I didn't believe it. The sound was deliberate, careful. I reached into my bag and pulled out my flashlight. A beam of light cut through the darkness, landing on the trees in front of me. Nothing. I swung it to the left, then the right. Still nothing. But just as I lowered it, I caught something in my peripheral vision movement. A flicker of motion behind the trees. I snapped the light back up, but whatever it was had vanished. My heart pounded. I was suddenly very aware of how alone I was out here. If someone or something was watching me, they had been careful to stay hidden. I didn't like that. I made the decision then. I wasn't going to stay the night. It wasn't worth it. My gut screamed at me to get out of there. I packed up quickly, barely stopping to make sure everything was secured. My hands were shaking as I stamped out the fire, plunging the campsite into near total darkness. I flicked my flashlight back on and started moving. Fast. The trail was harder to follow in the dark, but I didn't care. I just needed to keep going. Every few steps, I glanced back, expecting to see something following me. The trees felt closer, the air colder. My breath came in quick, shallow gasps. Then up ahead, I saw it. A shape standing in the middle of the trail. Not an animal, not some shadow trick of the trees. Person. I stopped dead in my tracks. The flashlight beam wavered in my grip as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. They weren't moving, just standing there completely still. I took a step back, my entire body screaming at me to run. But before I could react, the figure took a slow step forward. Then another. I turned and ran. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I just ran. Branches whipped against my face. Roots snagged at my boots. But I didn't stop. I didn't dare look back. I don't know how far I ran, but eventually, I saw something ahead. My car. I had made it back to the trailhead. My legs burned, my chest ached, but I didn't slow down. I fumbled with my keys, throwing myself inside and locking the doors. My hands shook as I started the engine, headlights cutting through the dark. I expected to see the figure at the edge of the trees, but there was nothing, just an empty trail leading into the woods. I didn't wait. I hit the gas, tearing down the dirt road, not stopping until I was miles away. I still don't know who or what was out there. I don't think I want to know. All I know is that I'll never hike alone again. I had planned the trip for weeks. The idea was simple: 3 days alone in the mountains, a break from the world, no distractions, no people, just me and nature. I wanted to test myself, get away from my phone, clear my mind. I had done a few solo hikes before, but nothing like this. This was deeper, more remote. The kind of place where if something went wrong, no one was coming to help. That was part of the appeal. The trail I picked wasn't anything extreme, but it was out there. It was an old logging road that turned into a narrow path through thick forest, leading up to a ridge that overlooked a deep valley. The place was rarely visited. It was marked on maps, but you wouldn't find much about it online. No Instagram spots, no trip reports, just a name and a line on a topographic map. I started early. The first few miles were easy: worn dirt, scattered rocks, the occasional fallen tree. The deeper I went, the quieter everything became. The usual sounds of the forest were there: birds, the rustling of leaves, the distant creak of trees swaying in the wind. It was peaceful, but after a few hours, something started to feel off. It wasn't something obvious. It was just a feeling at first, like I was being watched. I kept telling myself it was in my head, that I wasn't used to this kind of isolation. But I couldn't shake it. The deeper I went, the stronger it got. Every so often, I'd stop and listen. Nothing, just my own breathing. By midday, I reached the base of the ridge. That's when I noticed the first strange thing: the silence. The wind had stopped. The birds had stopped. Even the trees, which had been swaying gently all morning, were still. It was like the whole forest was holding its breath. I brushed it off. Maybe it was just the elevation, the way the trees blocked the wind. But I couldn't ignore the unease crawling up my spine. I pressed on. The climb was rough, steep in places, but manageable. I took my time, keeping my eyes on the ground, focusing on each step. When I finally reached the top, I felt a small sense of relief. The view was incredible. A sea of green stretching out for miles, broken only by the occasional peak. I took off my pack, sat down, drank some water. For the first time in hours, I started to relax. That's when I saw it. On the far side of the ridge, maybe 200 feet away, was a clearing. In the middle of it stood a cabin. I hadn't seen it on the map. It looked old, weathered, like it had been abandoned for decades. The roof sagged, the walls were dark with rot, the windows empty. But there was something else, something that made my stomach tighten. The door was open, just a few inches, like someone had left in a hurry. I told myself I wasn't going to check it out. I wasn't stupid, but as I sat there, staring at it, I couldn't look away. There were no roads leading to it, no trails. Shouldn't have been there. I got up. Slowly, I made my way across the clearing. Every step felt wrong, like I was crossing some invisible line I wasn't supposed to. When I reached the porch, I hesitated. The wood was splintered, warped. It groaned under my weight as I stepped forward. Inside, it was worse. The air was thick, stale. The floor was covered in dirt, leaves, animal droppings. But it wasn't just old. It looked like someone had been there recently. There were footprints in the dust, some fresher than others. A broken lantern sat on a table, next to a stack of papers, their edges curled and yellowed with age. A rusty stove stood in the corner, its door hanging open. Then I saw the bed. It was the only piece of furniture that looked untouched. The blankets were pulled up neatly, the pillow fluffed. But the worst part was the smell. It wasn't rot, or mildew, or anything you'd expect in an abandoned place. It was something else. Something sour, metallic. Blood. It was faint, but it was there. My stomach turned. I stepped back, ready to get the hell out of there. But as I turned, I noticed something else. The footprints. They weren't mine. They led from the door to the bed. And then they stopped. No other tracks. No sign of someone leaving. Just a single trail leading in. I bolted. I didn't think. I just ran. Out of the cabin, across the clearing, back to the ridge. My legs were shaking as I grabbed my pack. I didn't care about resting anymore. I just wanted to get down, get away. The hike back was a blur. The feeling of being watched was worse now, stronger. Every shadow felt like it was moving. Every sound made me flinch. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I just kept going. I reached my car just as the sun was setting. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see if anything was there. I never found out who had been in that cabin. I never looked it up, never tried to find it again. But sometimes, late at night, I think about the footprints, about the bed, about the way the door had been left just barely open, like someone was waiting for me to come inside. I remember the cold more than anything else. The way it clung to my skin, how it seeped through my clothes no matter how many layers I had on. It wasn't just the temperature. It was the kind of cold that made you feel like you were being watched. A heavy, oppressive stillness that settled over everything. The air barely moved. The trees didn't sway, and even my own breath felt too loud in the silence. I had rented the cabin for a week, hoping for some peace and quiet. The idea of getting away from the city, from the constant buzz of traffic and people, had seemed like a good idea. I had pictured myself sitting by a fireplace, drinking coffee, reading a book, maybe even doing some writing. Just me and the wilderness. But the moment I arrived, something felt wrong. The cabin was small, tucked deep into the woods, miles away from the nearest town. The road leading up to it was barely a road at all, just a narrow path of packed dirt winding through the trees. My car's tires had struggled against the uneven ground, slipping in the patches of ice that hadn't melted from the last snowfall. By the time I reached the cabin, my nerves were already on edge. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. No birds, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just the sound of my own breathing and the faint hum of the wind. The trees stood tall and motionless, their bare branches like skeletal fingers reaching toward the overcast sky. The cabin itself was simple. One room with a small bathroom, a kitchenette, and a fireplace that hadn't been used in a long time. Dust clung to the wooden furniture, and the air smelled stale, like old wood and dampness. There were no signs that anyone had been here recently. The owner had said he'd left the key under the doormat, but when I lifted it, there was nothing there. The door, however, was unlocked. That should have been my first warning. I pushed the thought aside, assuming the owner had forgotten to lock it the last time he was here. The inside was cold, colder than it should have been. I checked the thermostat, but it didn't seem to work. I had brought firewood, but I didn't want to use it all on the first night. Instead, I settled for bundling up in my thickest clothes, lighting a few candles for warmth, and trying to relax. But I couldn't. There was a feeling in the cabin, something I couldn't explain. It wasn't a noise or a shadow, just a presence, a weight pressing down on me. Every time I looked out the window, I expected to see something standing in the tree line. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting the isolation get to me. That first night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jolt awake. The wind against the windows, the creaking of the wooden walls as the cabin settled, the distant snap of a branch outside. I told myself it was just the woods, just nature doing what it always did. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The second day, I tried to distract myself. I went for a walk, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. The forest was vast, stretching endlessly in all directions. I made sure to mark my way, scratching an X into the bark of trees every few feet. The last thing I needed was to get lost out here. About an hour in, I found something strange. Clearing, not a natural one. The trees had been cut down, the stumps left behind like broken teeth. In the center was something even stranger, a small pile of bones. They were clean, picked dry, arranged in a careful stack. Not scattered, not left behind by some animal, but placed there. Deliberate. A chill ran down my spine. I wasn't sure why, but I felt like I had just walked into something I wasn't supposed to see. My first instinct was to turn back, to get away from that place as fast as possible. But as I turned, I noticed something else. Something that made my breath catch in my throat. Footprints. Not mine. Fresh ones. Leading away from the pile of bones and disappearing into the trees. Someone had been here, Recently, I hurried back to the cabin, my heart pounding. I locked the door behind me, pushing a chair up against it for good measure. My brain scrambled for an explanation, maybe a hunter? But why leave a pile of bones in the middle of nowhere? And why did I feel like I was being watched? That night was worse than the first. I kept the fireplace going, trying to push away the cold, but it didn't help. Sleep wouldn't come. I lay there in the flickering firelight, listening, waiting. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I heard it. A soft, deliberate knock on the door. I froze. My mind went blank. No one should have been out here. No one. The knock came again, a little louder this time. I stayed silent, barely breathing. My fingers tightened around the blanket, my body stiff with fear. Whoever was outside didn't try to open the door. They just stood there, waiting. I don't know how long I lay there, staring at the door, expecting it to burst open at any second. But it never did. Eventually, the knocking stopped. The silence stretched on. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, I made my decision. I had to leave. The problem was my car. It was parked about 100 yards from the cabin, near the edge of the tree line. If someone was out there, they would see me the second I stepped outside. I packed my things quickly, shoving everything into my bag with shaking hands. I peered out the window, scanning the tree line. Nothing. The woods were still and quiet. I took a deep breath, unlocked the door, and stepped outside. The cold hit me like a wall, but I ignored it. I kept my eyes on my car, moving quickly, my boots crunching against the frozen ground. Then I saw them, footprints, leading from the trees, circling my cabin, and stopping right outside my door. I ran. I didn't care how much noise I made, didn't care if whoever had been out here was still watching. I jumped into my car, locked the doors, and turned the key. The engine sputtered but didn't start. I tried again, and again. On the third try, the engine roared to life. I slammed my foot on the gas, speeding down the narrow dirt road, barely keeping control as the car slid on patches of ice. I didn't stop, not until I saw the first signs of civilization. I never went back. I never even told anyone what happened. Who would believe me? It wasn't a ghost or some monster from a story. It was a person. Someone had been watching me, following me, and I don't know what they wanted. I don't want to know. I needed to get away. That was the only thing on my mind when I packed my truck and started driving. The stress had been getting to me, work, the noise of the city, the same people, the same streets, the same routine. I just wanted silence, space, and time to myself. So, I rented a cabin deep in the woods, far away from anyone or anything that could remind me of my life back home. The drive was long, and the roads became narrower as I got closer. Eventually, the pavement ended, leaving me on a dirt path surrounded by towering trees. The GPS signal was gone, but I had downloaded the map beforehand. According to it, I had about 5 more miles to go. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow over the treetops, and the further I drove, the less it felt like the modern world existed. There were no signs of people, no houses, no power lines, not even another car. It was exactly what I wanted. The cabin appeared just as the last bit of daylight faded. It was old but sturdy, with a slanted roof and a small porch. The wood was worn, but it had character. The moment I stepped out of the truck, the silence wrapped around me. No distant sounds of traffic, no humming of appliances, just the wind and the occasional rustling in the trees. Inside, the air was stale, but that was expected. It smelled like wood and dust, and the furniture looked like it had been there for decades. A single bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a dim yellow light over the room. There was a fireplace, a small kitchen, and a bedroom with an old bed that creaked when I sat on it. I set up my things, unpacked a few clothes, put some food in the fridge, and checked my phone. No signal. That was fine. That was the point. The first night was peaceful. I read a book by the fireplace, listened to the sounds of the woods, and let myself relax for the first time in months. Felt good. But then, things started to change. It was little things at first. On the second morning, I found the front door slightly open. I was sure I had locked it before going to bed, but maybe I was mistaken. I shrugged it off. That night, I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal. I knew what animals sounded like. This was different. It was deliberate. Slow, careful steps just beyond the porch. I held my breath and waited, but when I finally got the courage to check, there was nothing there. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt. They weren't mine. I told myself it was probably a hiker, maybe someone passing through, but that didn't make sense. I was too far from any trails, and there were no other cabins nearby. I started feeling uneasy. I kept the door locked at all times. I kept my knife close. The next few nights, the sounds continued. Footsteps circling the cabin, a soft scratching on the walls, and then on the fourth night, something worse. I woke up to a sound inside the cabin. It was faint, but it was there. A shift in the air, a creak in the floorboards. I stayed still, barely breathing. I wasn't alone. I reached for my knife and slowly sat up, straining my ears. The sound was coming from the main room. Something moving, someone moving. I forced myself to stand, to move as silently as possible. The door to my room was slightly open, just enough for me to see. The front door was wide open. My heart pounded. I had locked it. I was sure of it. I didn't wait. I grabbed my truck keys, ran outside, and locked myself in my truck. I turned the engine on, headlights flooding the area. There was no one, nothing. I sat there for what felt like hours, watching, waiting, but the woods were still. Eventually, I forced myself to go back inside. I checked every corner, every closet, every possible hiding spot. Nothing, but something had been there. I barely slept that night. The next day, I packed my things. I didn't care how much time I had left on the rental. I was done. I drove fast, not looking back, not stopping until I reached the highway. The moment my phone had service, I called the cabin owner. They were quiet for a moment before finally speaking. "You're not the first to leave early." I didn't want to be there. The drive up to the cabin had been long, too long, and the road turned into a mess of dirt and gravel for the last 30 miles. The rental car struggled on the uneven ground, the tires spitting up dust and loose stones, and every bump in the road made the suspension groan. The sun had started its slow descent behind the thick tree line, casting long shadows across the ground, stretching out like reaching fingers. I gripped the wheel tighter. I hadn't picked this place. It was forced on me by my brother, who thought I needed some time alone. "Disconnect, clear your head," he'd said. I didn't argue. I didn't have the energy. The cabin wasn't much, just a small wooden structure tucked away in the middle of nowhere. The trees surrounding it were thick and endless, swallowing up any sign of civilization. The nearest town was an hour away, a small, dying place with a gas station, a diner, and not much else. Perfect for solitude. The moment I stepped out of the car, I felt it, the silence. It wasn't just quiet. It was heavy, pressing in from all sides. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant sounds of life, just stillness. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The place smelled like old wood and dust, a stale scent that settled into the walls. There was a small kitchen, a living area with a fireplace, and a single bedroom with a narrow bed covered in a thin, itchy blanket. Functional but not welcoming. I went through the usual motions, unpacked my bag, checked my phone, no signal, and lit a fire in the wood stove as the night crept in. The air outside had turned cold fast. I sat in the chair by the fire, listening to the wood crackle, and for the first time in a long time, I let my thoughts wander. That was a mistake. I don't know how long I sat there, but at some point, something changed. The silence outside was no longer empty. It felt like it was watching. I tried to shake it off, but my gut twisted in a way I couldn't ignore. I stood up, walked to the window, and looked out into the darkness. Nothing, just trees, their trunks barely visible under the dim moonlight. But the feeling stayed, that pressure, that weight of something unseen pressing against me. I locked the door, checked the windows, and told myself I was being paranoid. I I sat back down, but the fire didn't feel warm anymore. The first sound came hours later, a dull, distant thud, like something heavy hitting the ground. My breath caught. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. I stayed still, ears straining, waiting for another sound. Nothing. Then, just as I convinced myself I imagined it, another thud. Closer. I stood, heart hammering in my chest. I moved to the window again, slowly, carefully, and peered outside. The trees stood still. The ground was undisturbed, but something was there. I could feel it. The thudding continued, irregular, moving closer with each impact. My breath came in short, shallow bursts. I turned off the fire, plunging the cabin into darkness. I wanted to see outside without being seen myself. I moved to the window again, staring out. The sound had stopped. The forest was quiet. Then movement. A shape, barely visible, standing just at the tree line. Too far to make out details, but close enough to know it wasn't an animal. It was tall, motionless, watching. I didn't move. My body was locked in place, my pulse pounding in my ears. Minutes passed, maybe longer, and still it didn't move. Then, as if it knew I was watching, it stepped back into the trees, vanishing into the blackness. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the cabin made my skin crawl. Every gust of wind against the walls sent a spike of panic through me. Morning took forever to come, but when it did, I went outside, searching for any sign that what I saw was real. The ground near the tree line was disturbed. Large impressions like footprints, but wrong. Too deep, too wide. I should have left right then. Should have packed my bag, gotten in the car, and never looked back. But I didn't. I told myself it was my imagination, that I was sleep-deprived, paranoid. The next night, it came back. This time, I heard it breathing. I don't know how to describe it, but it was deep, wrong. A sound that rumbled through the trees and seeped into my bones. I locked the door, sat on the floor with my back against the wall, and held my breath. It was closer now, right outside. A long, slow drag of breath, and then the handle of the door moved. I gripped the knife I had taken from the kitchen, but I knew it wouldn't matter. If it wanted in, it would get in. The handle stopped moving. The breathing grew fainter, retreating. I stayed on the floor until the first light of morning crept through the windows. Then I left. I didn't pack. I didn't turn off the fire. I didn't care. I got into the car and drove, barely able to keep my hands steady on the wheel. I didn't stop until I hit the main road, where my phone finally had service. I called my brother. I don't remember what I said, only that my voice shook the entire time. I never went back, never tried to find out what it was. Whatever stood outside that cabin that night, whatever breathed against that door, it wasn't human. And I don't ever want to know what it was. I should have never gone up there alone. I wanted to clear my head. That was the whole reason I rented the cabin. Just a small place in the woods, quiet, far from the city noise. I found it on some rental site, a little old cabin tucked away in the forest, deep enough that there were no neighbors, but not so far that I couldn't drive back into town if I needed something. It seemed perfect at the time. The first night was peaceful, the kind of silence I hadn't experienced in years. No cars honking, no people talking, no distractions. Just the trees swaying in the wind, the occasional rustling of an animal moving through the brush. I remember sitting on the porch, drinking a beer, thinking I'd made the right decision coming here. The second night, I started noticing things, small things. The door was slightly open when I woke up, even though I was sure I had locked it. I chalked it up to the wind. Then I found my flashlight lying in the dirt outside, even though I hadn't used it. Maybe I dropped it, I told myself. Maybe I forgot. By the third night, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I went to bed early, exhausted from hiking all day. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. It wasn't a normal wake-up. My body was on high alert. You know that feeling when something is just wrong? When your instincts scream at you even if you don't know why. That's what it was. I lay there listening. The forest was dead silent. Not even the wind. Then I heard it. A soft, deliberate sound. like someone shifting their weight on the porch. Slow, careful. I stayed completely still, listening. My heart was hammering in my chest. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but when I pressed the power button, the screen didn't turn on. Dead battery. I could have sworn I charged it before bed. I held my breath, straining to hear. The sound came again, closer this time. A single, deliberate step, then nothing. I lay there for what felt like hours, but I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the windows. Everything seemed normal. Door locked, windows shut, no footprints on the porch. Maybe I had dreamed the whole thing, but then I noticed my keys were gone. I checked my bag, my jacket, even under the bed. I was sure I had left them on the kitchen counter, but they weren't there. I started feeling uneasy. Things weren't adding up. Still, I convinced myself I had just misplaced them. I spent most of the day searching the cabin and the area around it. Finally, I found them half buried in the dirt behind the cabin. That night, I barricaded the door, dragged the small table in front of it, wedged a chair under the handle, just in case. I didn't sleep much. Every small noise made my skin crawl. I kept my flashlight next to me, checking the time every hour. Nothing happened. Then the power went out. I sat up, gripping the flashlight. The room was completely black, the kind of darkness that messes with your head. I tried the light switch, nothing. My breathing was loud in the silence. I listened, straining my ears, trying to hear anything over my own heartbeat. And then footsteps, slow, careful, right outside the cabin. I couldn't move. I just sat there, staring at the door. The footsteps stopped. The doorknob rattled, gently at first, then more forcefully. The barricade held. I gripped the flashlight, waiting, praying. The rattling stopped. Then, nothing. I don't know how long I sat there. Eventually, the power flickered back on. Everything was quiet. I stayed awake until morning. The next day, I packed my stuff. I didn't care if I had paid for a week. I was leaving. But when I got to my car, the driver's side door was open, not just unlocked, wide open. My stomach dropped. I had locked it. I was sure I had. I checked inside. My bag had been dumped out. Clothes, toiletries, everything scattered. My phone was lying on the seat. The screen shattered. The keys were still in my pocket, but the car wouldn't start. The engine wouldn't even turn over. I tried again and again, but nothing. It was as if the battery had been drained overnight. That was when I saw them. Footprints, leading from the trees to my car. Bare feet, deep in the mud, but no prints leading away. I grabbed my bag, my flashlight, anything I could carry, and I ran. I didn't care where, just away from that cabin. I followed the road, hoping a car would pass. After an hour, my legs were burning, my throat dry. But then, finally, headlights. I waved frantically. The car stopped. An older man rolled down the window. I must have looked half crazy, but I didn't care. I told him everything. He just listened, his expression unreadable. Then, he nodded slowly and said, "You were lucky." He drove me back to town, never asking another question. I called a tow truck the next morning, had them pick up my car. The mechanic said the battery was completely drained, like something had been pulling power from it all night. I don't know who was out there, or what they wanted. I just know I'm never going back. I never should have gone back to that cabin. It was meant to be a quiet retreat, a week away from everything. Work, people, the endless noise of life. I had rented the place through some backwoods rental site, the kind that doesn't bother with glossy photos or polished descriptions. Just an address, a price, and a key waiting under the mat. It was deep in the woods, miles from any main road. That's what I wanted. Silence, solitude. I got there in the late afternoon. The road had turned from pavement to gravel, then to dirt, winding deeper into the trees. The cabin itself was old, simple, built from thick logs with a sagging porch and a rusted-out truck parked to the side. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. It looked exactly like the kind of place you'd expect to find in some missing persons case. Inside, it was basic. A small kitchen with an old fridge that hummed too loudly, a single bedroom with a bed that looked clean but felt stiff, and a living room with a fireplace, an old couch, and a coffee table covered in knife marks. No TV, no Wi-Fi, just a radio with a broken antenna. That first night was quiet, too quiet, the kind that makes you aware of every creak, every whisper of wind through the trees. I kept telling myself that's what I wanted, but there was something off. I noticed it when I went outside to get firewood. Path. It ran along the edge of the trees, barely noticeable in the fading light. Not an animal trail. It was too straight, too well worn. I didn't sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept thinking about that path. The second day, I followed it. It stretched deeper into the forest, curving around thick trunks, vanishing into the undergrowth. I walked for what felt like an hour before I found the first sign that I wasn't alone. Footprints. Fresh. Too big to be mine, too defined to be old. Someone had walked this path recently. I stopped and listened. Nothing but the rustling of leaves. But that feeling, the one you get when someone is watching you, settled deep in my gut. I turned back. That night, I locked the door. I wedged a chair under the handle. I listened. The wind had picked up, branches scraping against the roof, but something else was out there. I swear I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. Morning came and I checked outside. The chair was still against the door, but in the dirt just beyond the porch steps were footprints. Big, deep, circling the cabin. Someone had been there. I packed my things. I was ready to leave, but the car wouldn't start. I popped the hood, checked the battery, it was fine. No reason for it not to work. That's when I saw it. A nail, long and rusted, jammed into my back tire. Not an accident. Someone had done it on purpose. I went back inside. I didn't know what else to do. I had no cell service, no neighbors, nothing but miles of empty forest in every direction. I tried to calm myself, but every sound made my pulse jump. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the couch, facing the door, a fire poker in my hand. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps. This time, they didn't stop at the porch. They circled the cabin. Slow, careful, like whoever was out there knew I was listening. I stayed like that until morning. When the sun finally rose, I went outside. More footprints, and something else. A rope, coiled neatly on the porch, right next to the door. I left everything behind, grabbed my keys, my bag, and ran. I didn't care about the tire. I drove on the rim until I hit pavement, until I saw another car, until I reached a gas station where I could breathe again. I called the rental company. They acted like I was crazy, said no one had rented that cabin in months, but someone had been there. Someone had been watching. I never should have gone back to that cabin. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. A full weekend alone in a cabin deep in the woods. No distractions, no noise, just peace. The cabin belonged to an old friend of mine who hardly ever used it, and he was happy to let me stay as long as I wanted. I packed enough supplies to last 4 days: food, water, a first aid kit, extra batteries, and my hunting rifle just in case. The drive took longer than expected. The last hour was spent on a narrow dirt road, winding through thick forest. No cell service. The trees crowded the road, making it feel like I was being swallowed whole by the wilderness. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already setting. The place was simple but solid: one story, a steep roof, a small porch out front. The inside was rustic: wooden floors, a stone fireplace, and a kitchen with an old gas stove. A single bedroom with a creaky bed and a heavy wooden dresser. No electricity, just oil lamps and a generator I had no intention of using. I liked the quiet. I unloaded my gear, locked my truck, and settled in. The woods were silent except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. It was exactly what I wanted. I ate a quick meal, lit a lantern, and read for a while before turning in early. That first night, something woke me up. I wasn't sure what at first. The fire had died down to embers, and the room was cold. Then I heard it again, a dull thud from outside. It sounded like something heavy hitting the ground. A fallen branch? An animal? I listened for a while, but the sound didn't come again. I eventually drifted back to sleep. Morning came, and I stepped outside to get some fresh air. That's when I saw them, footprints in the dirt. Large, booted footprints leading from the tree line to the porch. I froze. I had locked the door before bed. If someone had tried to get in, they hadn't forced it. I looked around, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. The prints led away from the cabin, disappearing into the woods. It made no sense. Who would be out here in the middle of the night? This place was miles from the nearest road. I spent the day exploring the area, trying to shake off the unease. The woods were dense, quiet, untouched. I brought my rifle with me just in case. Every so often, I thought I heard something, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but it was probably just small animals. As the sun started to set, I returned to the cabin. I felt better than I had in the morning. The footprints had been strange, but there was no sign of anyone around. Maybe they had been there before I arrived, and I just hadn't noticed. That night, I made sure to lock up tight. I kept my rifle close just in case. I barely slept. Sometime after midnight, I heard it again. A dull thud outside. Then another, and another. Footsteps on the porch. I held my breath, listening. The sound stopped. Silence stretched out for what felt like forever. Then, slowly, the doorknob turned. I sat up, heart hammering in my chest. The lock held, but I heard the soft creak of wood as someone shifted their weight outside the door. Then nothing. I didn't sleep after that. I waited, gripping my rifle, listening to every creak, every whisper of wind against the cabin walls. Eventually, morning came. When I stepped outside, the footprints were there again. This time, they weren't just leading up to the porch. They circled the cabin. I was no longer alone. I packed my things immediately. I had planned to stay for 4 days, but there was no way I was spending another night here. I threw everything into my truck, started the engine, and sped down the dirt road without looking back. I didn't stop until I was an hour away, back on paved roads with my phone buzzing in my lap, finally getting a signal again. Later, my friend called to ask how the trip was. I told him everything. There was a long silence before he spoke. That cabin doesn't have a back door. I never went back. I needed to get away. Life had been weighing down on me, and when my uncle offered his old hunting cabin in the middle of nowhere for a weekend, I took the chance. I packed enough food and water for a few days, threw my rifle in the truck just in case, and drove out. The road was rough, mostly dirt and gravel, winding through miles of dense forest. The farther I went, the less I saw of civilization. No houses, no power lines, no signs of people. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already dipping below the trees. It was a small, one-room structure made of dark, weathered wood. The windows were old and slightly warped, the glass smudged with dirt. A single porch light flickered weakly as I stepped up to the door. Inside, the air was stale, smelling of dust and aged wood. The furniture was sparse. A bed against the wall, a small table with 2 chairs, and a rusty wood-burning stove. A set of deer antlers hung above the doorway, the only decoration in the place. I locked the door behind me and set my bags down. The first thing I did was check my phone. No service, as expected. That was fine. I was here to be alone. No distractions, no noise, just me and the quiet of the woods. The first night was uneventful. I made a fire in the stove, cooked some canned soup, and sat at the table, listening to the wind outside. Occasionally, I heard the distant howl of a coyote or the snap of a branch in the woods, but nothing unusual. I read a book until my eyes grew heavy, then stretched out on the bed, my rifle within reach, just in case. I woke up sometime after midnight, feeling off. Not scared, exactly, but alert, like something had pulled me from my sleep. The fire had died down to embers, casting a faint orange glow. The wind had stopped. The forest outside was completely silent. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just nothing. I sat up slowly, listening. Then I heard it. a soft crunch of leaves outside, something moving close to the cabin. I grabbed my rifle and crept to the window, pressing my face to the glass. The porch light barely illuminated the front yard, but I could make out the trees, the dirt path leading back to my truck. Nothing else. Another crunch. Closer this time. I held my breath. The sound was coming from the right side of the cabin, near the back. I moved carefully to the back window, my heart pounding. The glass was dirty, but I could see movement, something shifting between the trees. A dark shape, low to the ground, moving slowly. A bear? Maybe, but something felt wrong. The shape didn't move like a bear. It was too smooth, too deliberate. Then, as I watched, it stopped, and for a long moment, nothing happened. Then I saw it. Ahead, just barely visible in the dim light, peeking out from behind a tree. Watching me, I swallowed hard, my grip tightening on the rifle. I wasn't sure what I was looking at. Could have been an animal. Could have been a person. Either way, I wasn't about to find out. I backed away from the window and locked the door, checking the latch twice. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it through the front window, sweeping the beam across the trees. Nothing. When I turned it toward the back window, I froze. The head was gone, but the shape was closer now. I kept the light on it for a full minute, waiting for it to move. Didn't. It just stood there, half hidden behind the trees. I closed the blinds, my hands shaking. Whatever it was, I wasn't going outside. Not tonight. I sat on the bed, my back against the wall, rifle across my lap. The silence stretched on. Hours passed, but I didn't sleep. Every so often, I'd hear a faint rustling outside, but I refused to look. I just waited, gripping the rifle, forcing myself to stay awake. Eventually, the first light of dawn crept through the blinds. The moment I could see outside, I went to the window. Nothing. The trees stood still, the ground undisturbed. But something was off. The air felt heavy, wrong. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Something had been out there, and I had no intention of staying to find out what. I packed up my things, throwing everything into my truck as fast as I could. Before leaving, I did one last check around the cabin. When I walked to the back, my stomach dropped. Footprints, human footprints, leading from the woods to the back of the cabin. I didn't stop to think. I got in my truck, started the engine, and drove, fast. I didn't look back. I didn't tell my uncle what happened. I didn't tell anyone. But I know what I saw, and I know, without a doubt, that I wasn't alone out there. I remember everything about that weekend at the cabin. The smell of damp wood, the way the cold air crept through the cracks in the walls, the endless silence broken only by the wind scraping tree branches against the roof. It was supposed to be a simple getaway. Just me, a rented cabin deep in the woods, and a few days of peace away from the noise of the city. The drive took longer than I expected. The last 30 miles were on a narrow dirt road, barely wide enough for my car. Trees pressed in on both sides, their branches arching overhead, blocking out the sun. My phone had lost signal an hour earlier, and I hadn't seen another vehicle in at least 50 miles. The isolation felt comforting at first. A break from everything. No distractions, no obligations, just me and the quiet. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, the first thing I noticed was how old it looked. The photos online made it seem rustic but well kept. In person, it was different. The wood was faded and cracked, the windows fogged over with dirt. A small porch wrapped around the front, and a set of uneven wooden steps led up to the door. I hesitated for a moment before stepping out of the car. The air was colder than I expected. The trees around the cabin stood tall and unmoving, their bare branches twisting in the windless sky. There was no sound. No birds, no rustling leaves, just an eerie stillness. I grabbed my bag from the car, walked up the steps, and pushed open the door. Inside, the cabin smelled like dust and old wood. The furniture was simple. A couch against one wall, a fireplace opposite it, a small kitchen tucked into the corner. A hallway led to a single bedroom and a tiny bathroom. Everything was quiet, too quiet. I spent the first hour settling in. I unloaded my bag, checked the cabinets, found some canned food and a half-empty bottle of whiskey left by the last guest. The water worked, but the pressure was weak, and the pipes groaned when I turned the faucet. There was no cell service, but that was expected. As the sun began to set, I decided to walk the perimeter of the cabin, just to get a feel for the area. The ground was uneven, covered in dead leaves and patches of frost. I found an old, rusted axe leaning against the back wall of the cabin, its blade buried in a stump. A few feet away, a shed sat half-collapsed, its wooden walls buckling under years of neglect. I tried to open the door, but it was stuck. Something about it made me uneasy, so I left it alone. That night, I built a fire in the fireplace. The flames crackled, casting flickering shadows across the walls. I sat on the couch, sipping whiskey, listening to the silence. It should have been peaceful. Instead, it felt wrong, like something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I fell asleep on the couch at some point. When I woke up, the fire had burned low, and the cabin was freezing. Something had woken me, a noise. I sat up, listening. Nothing, just the wind outside. But then I heard it again, a soft, slow creak, like wood bending under weight. My first thought was an animal, a raccoon maybe, but as I listened, the creaking continued. Slow, deliberate, like footsteps on the porch. I held my breath, straining to hear. The noise stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, suddenly, the doorknob rattled. My heart slammed against my ribs. I sat frozen, staring at the door. The knob twisted again, harder this time. Someone was out there. I moved slowly, careful not to make a sound. I reached for the fire poker, gripping it tight. The door was locked, but the cabin was old, the wood weak. If someone wanted in, they could force it. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the rattling stopped. I stayed there, listening, barely breathing. Minutes passed, then an hour. The fire burned lower. My muscles ached from staying so still. Finally, after what felt like forever, I forced myself to stand and creep toward the window. I pulled the curtain back just an inch. The porch was empty. Nothing but darkness beyond the weak glow of the fire inside. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I stepped outside, looking for footprints. The ground was covered in frost, the leaves undisturbed, but the doorknob, it had smudges, as if someone had grabbed it with bare hands. I thought about leaving. I should have, but I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the wind had rattled the door. Maybe I was imagining things. I had come here to be alone. I wasn't about to let my own paranoia ruin that. But that night, it happened again. This time, it was different. It wasn't just the doorknob. There were noises outside. The sound of something moving through the trees. Slow, careful steps circling the cabin. I turned off the lights and crouched by the window, gripping the fire poker so tightly my knuckles ached. Then a shadow moved. Someone was standing at the tree line, barely visible in the moonlight. Just standing, watching. I didn't move, didn't blink. My heart pounded so hard I thought they might hear it. Then, slowly, they stepped back into the trees and disappeared. I stayed up all night again. By morning, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed my bag in minutes, grabbed my keys, and threw open the front door, and froze. Footprints, dozens of them, leading up to the porch, circling the cabin, stopping just beneath the windows. And on the door, scratched into the wood, were 4 words: "See you next time." I ran to my car, started the engine, and didn't look back. I don't know who was out there. I don't want to know. I just know I'm never going back. I was never a paranoid person. I didn't jump at noises in the dark or let my mind wander to impossible scenarios. But after what happened in that cabin, I don't think I'll ever feel safe again. It started as a simple trip. 3 days alone in a remote cabin deep in the woods, away from people, noise, and responsibility. I had rented the place online, found it through one of those off-the-grid vacation sites. The pictures showed a small wooden cabin with a wraparound porch, a fire pit out front, and nothing but dense trees in every direction. It was perfect. I wanted solitude, and that's exactly what it promised. The drive up was long. The last 20 miles were on a narrow dirt road that twisted through the forest, the kind of path that made you wonder if you had made a wrong turn somewhere. My truck rumbled over loose rocks, the tires occasionally sliding in the deep ruts left by previous vehicles. My cell service had dropped miles back, but I wasn't worried. I had my supplies, food, water, a rifle just in case, and enough firewood to last the weekend. Everything was planned out. The first few hours were peaceful. I unpacked, checked out the inside of the cabin, and settled in. It was small but cozy. One main room with a fireplace, a tiny kitchen, a bathroom, and a single bedroom. The wooden walls gave it a rustic feel, and the windows let in just enough light to keep the place from feeling cramped. Outside, the silence was almost unnerving. No distant hum of traffic, no voices, just the occasional rustle of leaves as the wind moved through the trees. I spent the evening sitting on the porch, drinking a beer, and listening to the forest. It was calming, even with the unsettling quiet. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, I started noticing something strange. The forest had gone completely silent. Not just quiet, silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just the distant whisper of the wind. At first, I thought maybe a predator was nearby. A wolf, maybe a bear. But I didn't see anything, and after an hour or so, the normal sounds of the forest never returned. It felt like the woods were holding their breath. I went inside, locked the door, and told myself I was overthinking it. That night, I woke up to a sound outside. It was faint, just a soft crunching noise, like footsteps on the dirt path around the cabin. I stayed still, listening, but the sound was gone as quickly as it had come. Probably an animal, I thought. Maybe a deer. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt. Not just any footprints, bare human footprints. They circled the cabin, stopping at the windows. I checked the locks twice after that. The second night was worse. I woke up again, this time to something tapping on the window. Slow, deliberate, a light, rhythmic sound. I held my breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't move. The tapping continued for what felt like forever before it finally stopped. Morning came, and I stepped outside, my rifle in hand. The footprints were back, fresh in the damp earth. This time, they led away from the cabin, vanishing into the trees. Someone had been standing there, watching me while I slept. I wanted to leave. Every instinct told me to pack up and get out. But the rational part of my mind said I was being paranoid. Maybe some drunk hiker had wandered too far. Maybe some local kids were messing with me. I convinced myself to stay. That was a mistake. The third night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in a chair, gun across my lap, every light on in the cabin. I listened. The hours crawled by. Then, around 3 in the morning, the doorknob rattled. A slow, testing movement. Not the wind. Not an animal. Someone was trying to get in. I stood up, every muscle in my body tense. The rattling stopped, replaced by something worse. A deep, dragging sound along the wooden walls. A slow scrape, as if someone was running their fingers along the outside of the cabin. I gripped my rifle tighter, my pulse pounding in my ears. Then silence. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I waited for something else, anything. But the noise never came back. The rest of the night was dead quiet, the kind of silence that felt wrong. At first light, I grabbed my things and left. I didn't care about the refund, didn't care about the supplies I left behind. I got in my truck and drove, tearing down that dirt road faster than I should have. As soon as I had service again, I called the property owner. I told him what happened, told him someone had been outside my cabin every night. He listened quiet, then let out a long sigh. "You're not the first," he said. I felt sick. I asked him what he meant, but he wouldn't say, just told me he was taking the listing down. I never got an explanation, never found out who or what had been out there. But I know this. Someone was watching me. Someone was waiting. And if I had stayed one more night, I don't think I would have left that cabin at all. I remember the first time I saw the cabin. It was smaller than I had expected. tucked away deep in the woods, hidden between towering pines and thick underbrush. The wooden structure was old, weathered from years of harsh winters and rainstorms. The roof sagged slightly, and the porch creaked under my weight as I stepped up to the door. It wasn't much, but it was supposed to be my home for the next few months. I had rented it out, needing a break from everything. The city, the noise, the stress. I thought some time alone would clear my head. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, and the silence was unsettling. No car horns, no chatter, just the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant call of some unseen bird. It was supposed to be peaceful. I told myself I needed this solitude. Inside, the cabin was simple. A small kitchen with outdated appliances, a living room with an old wood-burning stove, and a single bedroom in the back. The furniture was sparse: a sagging couch, a wooden rocking chair, a small dining table with 2 chairs. The walls were bare except for a few dusty shelves and an old clock that had stopped ticking long ago. The floor was uneven in places, the wooden planks warped from years of moisture and neglect. The first night was uneventful. I unpacked, made a simple dinner, and sat by the stove, listening to the crackling of the fire. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, but inside, I felt relatively safe. I told myself that the creaks and groans of the cabin were normal. Old houses make noise. The woods make noise. It was all perfectly natural. It wasn't until the second night that I started to feel something was off. I woke up to a sound outside, a soft crunching of leaves, like footsteps. My first thought was an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon scavenging near the porch. But the sound was slow, deliberate, like someone walking, pausing, then walking again. I stayed in bed, holding my breath, listening. The footsteps circled the cabin once, twice, then silence. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me. But sleep didn't come easy after that. The next day, I checked around the cabin, looking for tracks. The ground was damp from last night's rain, and sure enough, there were prints near the porch. But they weren't hoof prints or paw prints. They were footprints, barefoot, human. A chill ran through me. Maybe someone had been out here just passing through. Maybe some drifter or hiker. But why would they be walking around my cabin in the middle of the night? Barefoot? I spent the rest of the day trying to shake the unease. I chopped wood, cleaned up inside, kept myself busy. But the feeling of being watched never left. Every time I glanced out the window, I expected to see someone standing at the tree line, just watching. But there was never anyone there. That night, I locked the doors and windows. I even moved a chair in front of the door just in case. I kept the fireplace going, the flickering light making shadows dance along the walls. I stayed up late, forcing myself to read, trying to keep my mind occupied. But eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell into a restless sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't footsteps that woke me. It was the sound of something tapping against the window. Light, rhythmic. Tap, tap, tap. My body went cold. I didn't move, barely even breathed. The tapping continued. I wanted to believe it was a branch, blown by the wind. But I knew better. It was too precise, too controlled. After what felt like hours, the tapping stopped. Silence pressed in around me. I didn't dare move until the first light of dawn crept through the trees. I checked the window first. There were smudges on the glass, like fingerprints. And outside, in the mud beneath the window, more barefoot prints. I couldn't stay here. That much was clear. This wasn't some harmless animal or wandering traveler. Someone was out here, watching me, playing with me. I packed up what little I had brought and loaded it into my truck. As I turned to lock the cabin door behind me, something caught my eye. On the porch, just outside the door, was a small pile of stones, stacked neatly. Deliberately, I never looked back after that. I drove away down that winding dirt road, back to civilization, back to safety. I never told anyone what happened, because I knew how it would sound, like paranoia, like some city guy who got spooked by the woods. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. And I know that if I had stayed just one more night, I might not have made it out at all. I took the weekend off to clear my head. Work had been draining, and I needed a break from the city. A friend of mine told me about this cabin deep in the woods, miles from any town. He had stayed there once and said it was the quietest place he had ever been. That was exactly what I wanted. No people, no noise, just me, the trees, and the open sky. The drive was long, mostly empty highways and back roads that got narrower the deeper I went into the wilderness. The cabin was far from anything. No gas stations, no convenience stores, just an old dirt road that twisted through the forest. By the time I got there, the sun was already sinking behind the trees, casting long shadows over the clearing where the cabin stood. It wasn't much to look at. The wood was old and dark, the porch sagged slightly, and the windows were covered in dust. There was a small shed off to the side, probably used for firewood. I parked my car next to the cabin and grabbed my bag. The air was crisp and smelled like pine. No traffic sounds, no hum of distant conversations, just the wind rustling through the branches. Inside, the cabin was basic. A single room with a bed, a small kitchenette, a wooden table with 2 chairs, and a fireplace. A door in the back led to a tiny bathroom. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi, and barely any phone signal. Perfect. I set my bag down, cracked open a beer, and sat on the porch, watching the last bit of sunlight disappear behind the trees. The quiet was almost unnerving at first, but I liked it. That first night, I slept like a rock. The air was cool, the bed was comfortable enough, and the sound of crickets outside lulled me to sleep. I woke up late the next morning, stretched, and stepped outside. The forest was still, too still. I realized I hadn't heard any birds since waking up. No rustling in the underbrush, no distant woodpeckers, just silence. I brushed it off and went about my day. I took a short hike, made some food, and read a book on the porch, but that quiet still nagged at me. Every now and then, I thought I heard something. Small twigs snapping in the distance, the faint crunch of leaves, but every time I looked, there was nothing. That night, I woke up to a noise outside. It wasn't loud, just a soft shuffling sound, like something moving through the leaves. I lay still, listening. It stopped. I told myself it was probably a deer and rolled over. But as I was drifting back to sleep, there was another sound, closer, something tapping against the porch. I held my breath. It was slow and deliberate, like fingers drumming against the wood. Then silence again. I didn't move for a long time, listening for anything else, but eventually, sleep won out. The next morning, I stepped outside and saw something that made my stomach drop. Footprints in the dirt. Bare footprints. They led up to the porch, stopped right by the door, and then turned back toward the woods. The air felt colder than before. I spent the day on edge. I didn't hike, didn't read. I just sat there, staring at the trees, feeling watched. By afternoon, I had convinced myself it was just some local messing with me. Maybe a homeless person living out in the woods. That thought made me feel a little better. At least it was a person, not something else. That night, I locked the door and placed a chair under the handle. I had a small hunting knife in my bag, and I kept it within arm's reach as I lay in bed. I told myself it would be fine. Just one more night, and I'd leave in the morning. Sometime past midnight, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't a noise that woke me. It was the feeling of something being wrong. The room was dark, the fireplace dead, and the air was freezing. My breath came out in visible puffs. Then I heard it, a slow creak, the sound of weight shifting on old wooden floors. Inside the cabin, my heart started pounding. I didn't move, barely even breathed. The sound was close, just a few feet away. I gripped the knife under the blanket, forcing myself to stay calm. Then, another creak, this time near the table. I didn't know how they got in. I didn't care. My only thought was getting out. I stayed still for what felt like an eternity, listening to the breathing that wasn't mine. Slow, steady, deliberate. I could feel the presence in the room, the weight of unseen eyes. And then silence. I didn't know if they had left or if they were waiting for me to move. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to be patient. I counted the seconds, my fingers gripping the knife so tightly my knuckles ached. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Still nothing. Slowly, carefully, I moved. I slid out of bed, making no noise. My foot touched the floor, and I froze, listening. Nothing. I took another step, moving toward the door. My hands shook as I removed the chair and turned the handle. The door opened with a soft creak. The night outside was black, but I didn't care. I stepped onto the porch and forced myself not to run. The forest loomed around me, empty and silent. I crept toward my car, my breath coming in shaky gasps. The keys were in my pocket. I pulled them out, fingers fumbling. Then I heard it, from inside the cabin. A long, slow exhale. I ran. I yanked the car door open, jumped in, and locked it in one motion. The engine roared to life, and I hit the gas, speeding down that dirt road without looking back. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel steady. I didn't stop driving until I hit the main highway, miles away from that cabin. Even then, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the trees. By the time I reached home, it was morning. I sat in my car for a long time, just breathing, trying to convince myself it was over. But something kept gnawing at me. When I finally got the nerve to check my phone, I saw something that made my stomach turn. A single notification. A photo, sent from an unknown number. It was my cabin door wide open, and inside, just visible in the darkness, was the faint outline of a person, watching. I always hated being alone in the woods. Something about the silence never sat right with me. It wasn't peaceful. It was too still, too empty, like something was waiting. But I still went. It was supposed to be a weekend trip. A friend of mine had a small, rundown cabin out in the middle of nowhere, deep in the Appalachian woods. He'd bought it a few years ago, some dirt cheap deal that he'd been excited about. He only ever used it for hunting season. Said it was a good spot, far enough from any town that you never saw another person. I wasn't a hunter, but I needed a break from my life, so when he offered to let me borrow it for a couple of days, I took him up on it. The drive out was long. The roads got worse the deeper into the woods I went. The pavement gave way to gravel, then gravel to dirt. My car wasn't built for off-roading, and I felt every bump and dip in the road. The trees stretched tall on both sides, the bare branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. I checked my phone. No service. Figures. When I finally got to the cabin, the sun was already dipping low. The place was nothing special. Just a small, single-story thing with a slanted roof and faded wooden siding. There was a porch with a couple of old chairs, their paint peeling from years of weather. The front door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, the air was thick with dust. The place smelled like old wood and mildew. There was a small kitchen to the left, a living area with a sagging couch and a wood-burning stove. A single hallway led to the bedroom and a tiny bathroom. Everything was basic, functional, but just barely. The walls were thin, and I could hear the wind whistling outside. I dropped my bag in the bedroom. The bed was just a mattress on a wooden frame, covered in an old quilt. The window beside it had no curtains, just a clear view of the darkening woods. I turned away from it. Something about staring into the trees made my skin crawl. I spent the first night in silence. No TV, no radio, just the sounds of the cabin settling and the occasional rustling outside. Probably animals. At least that's what I told myself. The first weird thing happened that night. I woke up around 2 a.m., my heart pounding for no reason. The room was dead quiet. Too quiet. I couldn't hear the wind anymore. Just silence. I sat up, listening. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not loud, but deliberate. Crunching over dead leaves, moving just outside the cabin. Slow. Steady. I held my breath. My brain went through the possibilities: deer, a raccoon, maybe a coyote. But it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like a person. I stayed still, listening. The footsteps stopped just below my bedroom window. I stared at the dark glass, my stomach twisting. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Someone was there. I stayed like that for what felt like forever. Then, just as suddenly as they came, the footsteps moved away, disappearing into the woods. I didn't sleep after that. Morning came slow. I checked around the cabin, but there was nothing. No footprints, no signs that anyone had been there. I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Maybe it was an animal, and I'd let my nerves get the best of me. I spent the day trying to relax. I took a short walk around the property, stayed close to the cabin. The trees felt too tall, too close, like they were swallowing the sky. I didn't like how quiet everything was. No birds, no rustling, just stillness. That night, it happened again. The same time, the same slow, deliberate footsteps. This time, I forced myself to move. I grabbed the flashlight beside my bed and shined it out the window. Nothing. The light cut through the trees, illuminating the twisted branches, the thick undergrowth. But no one was there. I barely slept. The next morning, I was exhausted. I thought about leaving, but I told myself I was overreacting. 2 nights of bad sleep were making me paranoid. That was all. The third night was worse. I had locked the door. I was sure of it. But around midnight, I heard something inside the cabin. A creak of wood. A shift in the air. My stomach dropped. I reached for the flashlight again, my hands shaking. When I turned it on, the beam landed on the bedroom door. It was open. I hadn't left it open. My breathing was too loud. I forced myself to move, to get up, to check the rest of the cabin. The front door was still locked. The windows were shut. Nothing looked out of place. But the air felt wrong, heavy, like something had been there, like something was still watching. I didn't sleep at all after that. I sat up with my flashlight in my hand, listening to every creak and groan of the old cabin. When the sun came up, I packed my things. I didn't care if I looked stupid. I wasn't staying another night. I threw my bag in the car and started down the dirt road, gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles went white. I didn't relax until I hit pavement, until I saw the first signs of civilization. Only then did the tightness in my chest ease. I don't know what was out there. Maybe a squatter. Maybe some lunatic living in the woods. Maybe just my own paranoia. But I do know one thing. I will never go back to that cabin. And I'll never be alone in the woods again. I drove up the mountain road, watching as the trees swallowed the last hints of civilization behind me. The gravel crunched under my tires, the sound growing louder as I slowed to take a sharp turn. My cabin, my grandfather's cabin, really sat somewhere ahead, tucked deep into the woods, away from everything. I hadn't been here in years, not since I was a kid. But when life in the city got too loud, too heavy, I remembered this place. The air changed as I climbed higher, growing cooler, cleaner. The trees pressed in close, their thick trunks forming a wall on either side of the narrow road. I hadn't seen another car for miles. That was the whole point. Just a weekend, I told myself. A few days to clear my head, to breathe. The cabin appeared suddenly, like it had been waiting for me. The wood was darker than I remembered, the roof sagging slightly at the corners. A thick layer of leaves blanketed the porch. I parked in the clearing and killed the engine. The silence was immediate, almost unnatural after the hum of the car. I grabbed my bag and walked up the steps, testing each one before putting my weight on it. The door groaned as I pushed it open. Dust hung in the air, thick and undisturbed. I ran a hand over the old wooden table, leaving a streak behind. The place was exactly how my grandfather left it. The stone fireplace, the worn-out couch, the tiny kitchen tucked into the corner. A single hallway led to the bedroom and bathroom. The air smelled like old wood and something else, something stale. I dropped my bag on the couch and opened a few windows, letting the cool air sweep in. I spent the first hour cleaning, wiping down surfaces, shaking out the blankets, sweeping dust into little piles that never quite disappeared. The work settled my nerves. I told myself I wasn't scared, that I'd grown up in this cabin, that nothing was out here except trees and deer and the occasional bear. But something about the silence felt wrong. I stepped outside as the sun began to set, standing on the porch and looking out at the dense forest. The trees stretched endlessly, shifting shadows as the light faded. The wind stirred the branches, making them whisper against each other. Then I saw it, just for a second, a shape deep in the trees, too tall for an animal, too still to be the wind. My heart thumped hard against my ribs. I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself it was nothing, my eyes playing tricks on me, adjusting to the dimming light. I stepped back inside and locked the door. The old bolt slid into place with a heavy click. I checked the windows twice before turning on the lantern. The first night passed in restless sleep. Every creak of the cabin woke me. The wind howled through the trees, rattling the glass panes. I thought I heard footsteps once, crunching outside in the leaves, but I told myself it was an animal. The forest was full of them. Morning came slow and gray. I made coffee on the old stove and stepped onto the porch. The clearing looked different in daylight, less menacing, more familiar. But the feeling in my gut hadn't gone away. I decided to check the perimeter, just to ease my mind. The grass was still damp with morning dew as I walked around the cabin, scanning the ground for tracks. Nothing unusual, no signs of anyone or anything. But then, behind the cabin, I saw them. Footprints. They weren't mine. Too large, too deep in the soft earth. They led from the tree line to the back window, then stopped. No return trail. I stared at them, my skin crawling. Someone had been here, standing at my window, watching. I rushed inside and locked the door. My hands shook as I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. I was too deep in the mountains for that. I needed to leave. I packed my bag in minutes, shoving everything inside without care. I grabbed my keys, threw open the door, and froze. The footprints were gone. The earth was smooth, undisturbed, like they'd never been there at all. I stepped onto the porch, my breath coming fast. I knew what I saw. I wasn't crazy. I backed toward my car, keys clenched in my fist. Then I heard it, a branch snapping. Close, too close. I turned fast, scanning the trees. Nothing, just the empty woods. But the feeling was back, heavy in my chest, that I was being watched. I yanked open the car door and slid inside, shoving the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered but didn't start. I turned the key again. Nothing. A third time, the engine groaned, coughed, and fell silent. I gripped the wheel, forcing myself to breathe. Maybe it was the cold. Maybe I flooded the engine. Then I saw them, deep in the trees just beyond the clearing. A figure, standing still, watching me. My blood turned to ice. I tried the key one more time, my hands shaking. The car roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I threw it into reverse, tires kicking up gravel as I spun around. I didn't look back as I sped down the dirt road, branches scraping against the car. I didn't stop when I hit pavement, didn't breathe until I saw the first signs of town. I checked into a motel that night, double-locking the door. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The next morning, I called a tow truck to go back for my car. When they brought it, the driver gave me a strange look. "Saw your cabin while I was up there," he said. "You know someone's been staying there, right?" I stared at him. "What?" "Yeah," he said, scratching his head. Fresh footprints all over the place. And the door was wide open. I never went back. I should have turned back when I saw the gas station attendant shake his head at me. He didn't say a word, just stood there on the wooden porch of that rundown place, watching me as I pumped gas. His eyes told me everything, but I ignored it. I had already paid for the rental, already planned the whole trip, and I wasn't about to back out now. I was going to spend a week alone in a cabin deep in the woods. No work, no emails, no people. Just me, the trees, and the quiet. I had dreamed of this kind of solitude for years, and now I finally had it. The drive to the cabin took longer than I expected. The paved road turned to gravel and then to dirt. My car's tires kicked up dust, and the further I went, the less I saw of the sky. The trees grew thicker, pressing in from both sides. The road was barely wide enough for my car, and I had to drive slow to avoid the deep potholes. There was no cell service. That was expected, but seeing the signal disappear made my stomach tighten a little. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already starting to set. The place was small, just one story with a slanted roof, a porch, and a chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The wood was dark, weathered, but still sturdy. There was a shed out back, padlocked. I didn't bother checking it. I had no reason to. I unloaded my stuff, set up the small kitchen, and lit the fireplace. The inside was exactly what I had expected. Basic furniture, old wooden floors, a bed in the corner, and a single bathroom. The windows had thick curtains, and the door had 2 locks. I checked them both twice, not because I was scared, just because it felt right. The first night was quiet, almost too quiet. When you spend every day surrounded by the sounds of the city, car horns, sirens, people talking, you forget how loud silence can be. The wind through the trees, the occasional creak of the cabin settling, my own breathing. That was all I heard. I barely slept. Every time I drifted off, some small noise woke me up, a rustle outside, the groan of a tree bending in the wind. I told myself it was nothing. The second day, I explored a little. There was a lake not too far from the cabin, maybe a 15-minute walk through the trees. The water was still, dark, and untouched. No boats, no docks, just nature. I spent the afternoon there, sitting on the shore, enjoying the peace. When I walked back to the cabin, I noticed something strange. The door was open, not wide open, just a few inches, but I knew I had closed it. I knew I had locked it. My first thought was that maybe I hadn't pulled it shut all the way. Maybe the wind had pushed it open. That had to be it. Still, my hands were shaking as I stepped inside. Nothing was out of place. My bags were where I left them. The food was still on the counter. Nothing was missing, but I still felt it. Something was off. That night, I locked the door again. I checked it 3 times. I dragged a chair in front of it just in case, and I barely slept. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt outside the cabin. Not mine. They were fresh, leading from the trees to the porch, and then back into the woods. I stood there for a long time, staring at them, trying to make sense of it. I wasn't crazy. Someone had been here. Someone had walked up to the cabin in the night, and then left. I packed my stuff. I didn't even think about it. I threw everything into my bag and carried it out to the car. The keys were in my pocket. I was ready to go. The car wouldn't start. It wasn't the battery. The lights came on, the dashboard lit up. But when I turned the key, the engine just clicked. I tried again, and again. Nothing. I sat there for a while, gripping the wheel, forcing myself to breathe. This wasn't happening. Couldn't be. But it was. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat on the couch. My mind was racing. I had no way of calling for help. No way of leaving. I told myself I would wait until morning, hike back down the road, and find someone, anyone. That was the plan. But that night, I heard them. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Moving outside the cabin. Someone was out there, just beyond the walls. I could hear the leaves crunching under their weight. They weren't trying to be quiet. They wanted me to hear them. I sat in the dark, gripping the fireplace poker. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The footsteps circled the cabin once, then twice, then silence. I didn't sleep. I waited. Every sound made my heart pound. I watched the door, the windows. I didn't turn on a light. I just waited for morning. As soon as the sun came up, I left. I grabbed my bag, a bottle of water, and started walking. I didn't look back. I just walked. The road felt longer than before. The trees felt closer. Every sound made me flinch. I walked for hours. My legs ached. My throat was dry, but I didn't stop. And then, just when I thought I would never reach the main road, I saw it. A truck, parked near the gas station. A man was standing next to it, smoking. I ran to him, out of breath, my words a mess. He didn't say anything at first, just listened. Then he nodded once, like he had heard it all before. "You're lucky," he finally said. "Some folks don't make it out." I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to know. I never went back for my car, never looked up the cabin again. Whatever was out there, whoever was watching me, I wasn't going to give them a second chance. I don't know if I'll ever sleep right again. It's been a week since I left that cabin, and I still can't shake the feeling that I left something unfinished. Or maybe something unfinished is still waiting for me. I had rented the place for a few days, hoping for some quiet. Work had drained me. City noise had started to wear on my nerves, and I needed to clear my head. A buddy of mine told me about this cabin up in the mountains. It was far from the nearest town, deep enough in the woods that I wouldn't hear anything but nature. Sounded perfect. Just me, some books, and the stillness of the wilderness. I arrived late in the afternoon, just as the sun was dipping behind the peaks. The drive up was rough. The road was more of a dirt path, full of potholes and lined with thick trees that seemed to lean in too close. By the time I reached the cabin, my car was coated in dust. The cabin itself looked sturdy, made of old, weathered wood. It was small but had everything I needed: a bed, a kitchenette, a fireplace, and a tiny bathroom. There was a deck out back overlooking a sloping patch of forest. No neighbors, no roads in sight, just trees stretching out in every direction. That first night was peaceful. I sat on the deck with a beer, listening to the crickets. The air was cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I turned in early, feeling the kind of deep exhaustion that only fresh air brings. But sometime in the night, I woke up. It wasn't a noise that woke me, not exactly. More like a shift, a feeling that something had changed. I lay there, staring at the dark ceiling, my ears straining. The forest outside was silent, too silent. No crickets, no wind, just dead air. I sat up, my skin prickling. I reached for my phone, but there was no service. I hadn't expected much signal this far out, but something about being completely cut off in that moment unsettled me. I got up and walked to the window. The moon was bright, casting silver light over the trees. Everything looked normal, but that silence, it was wrong. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks. But I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I forced myself to shake off the weird feeling. I made coffee, ate breakfast, and decided to explore a little. I found a trail behind the cabin that led deeper into the woods. The trees were thick, their branches tangled like fingers. The air was cool under the canopy, but there was a damp, rotten smell that I couldn't place. About half a mile in, I found something strange. A clearing with a pile of old, rusted tools. An axe head without a handle, a saw with broken teeth, a hammer so rusted it looked like it had been sitting there for years. But there were no signs of a cabin, no remnants of a structure. Just tools, abandoned in the middle of nowhere. I felt a chill creep up my spine. There was something wrong with the place. The way the trees seemed to lean inward, the way the silence felt too thick. I turned back, walking faster than I meant to. By the time I reached the cabin, my heart was hammering. I spent the rest of the day inside, trying to read, but I couldn't focus. Every little noise made me jump. By evening, the silence had returned. The same suffocating quiet. I kept checking the window, half expecting to see something moving in the trees. But there was nothing, just stillness. That night, I woke again. This time, it was a sound, faint, barely there. A soft scraping, like something dragging against wood. I held my breath, listening. Came again from outside, from the deck. I grabbed the flashlight by my bed and clicked it on. The beam shone weakly through the window, illuminating the deck. Nothing. I hesitated, then slowly made my way to the door. I pressed my ear against it, heart pounding. The sound had stopped. I counted to 10, then cracked the door open, shining my light outside. The deck was empty. The forest beyond was black, the trees like shadows against shadows. But then I saw it. Faint scratches on the wooden planks. Fresh. They hadn't been there before. I locked the door and sat up the rest of the night, every nerve on edge. The next morning, I decided I'd had enough. Whatever was out there, I didn't want to find out. I packed my things, loaded up the car, and got the hell out. As I pulled onto the dirt path, I glanced at the cabin one last time. That's when I saw them. Footprints. leading from the trees to the deck. Bare footprints pressed into the damp earth. I drove faster, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back on paved roads, back where I could see other cars and hear the normal sounds of the world. I don't know who or what was out there. I don't want to know, but I can still feel it. That silence, that waiting, like something unfinished, still lingering in the trees, watching, listening, and maybe, just maybe, still waiting for me to come back. I should have never gone up there alone. I wanted to clear my head. That was the whole reason I rented the cabin. Just a small place in the woods, quiet, far from the city noise. I found it on some rental site, a little old cabin tucked away in the forest, deep enough that there were no neighbors but not so far that I couldn't drive back into town if I needed something. It seemed perfect at the time. The first night was peaceful, the kind of silence I hadn't experienced in years. No cars honking, no people talking, no distractions. Just the trees swaying in the wind, the occasional rustling of an animal moving through the brush. I remember sitting on the porch, drinking a beer, thinking I'd made the right decision coming here. The second night, I started noticing things. Small things. The door was slightly open when I woke up, even though I was sure I had locked it. I chalked it up to the wind. Then I found my flashlight lying in the dirt outside, even though I hadn't used it. Maybe I dropped it, I told myself. Maybe I forgot. By the third night, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I went to bed early, exhausted from hiking all day. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. It wasn't a normal wake-up. My body was on high alert. You know that feeling when something is just wrong? When your instincts scream at you even if you don't know why. That's what it was. I lay there listening. The forest was dead silent. Not even the wind. Then I heard it. A soft, deliberate sound, like someone shifting their weight on the porch. Slow, careful. I stayed completely still, listening. My heart was hammering in my chest. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but when I pressed the power button, the screen didn't turn on. Dead battery. I could have sworn I charged it before bed. I held my breath, straining to hear. The sound came again, closer this time. A single, deliberate step, then nothing. I lay there for what felt like hours, but I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the windows. Everything seemed normal. Door locked, windows shut, no footprints on the porch. Maybe I had dreamed the whole thing. But then I noticed my keys were gone. I checked my bag, my jacket, even under the bed. I was sure I had left them on the kitchen counter, but they weren't there. I started feeling uneasy. Things weren't adding up. Still, I convinced myself I had just misplaced them. I spent most of the day searching the cabin and the area around it. Finally, I found them half buried in the dirt behind the cabin. That night, I barricaded the door, dragged the small table in front of it, wedged a chair under the handle, just in case. I didn't sleep much. Every small noise made my skin crawl. I kept my flashlight next to me, checking the time every hour. Nothing happened. Then the power went out. I sat up, gripping the flashlight. The room was completely black, the kind of darkness that messes with your head. I tried the light switch, nothing. My breathing was loud in the silence. I listened, straining my ears, trying to hear anything over my own heartbeat. And then footsteps, slow, careful, right outside the cabin. I couldn't move. I just sat there, staring at the door. The footsteps stopped. The doorknob rattled, gently at first, then more forcefully. The barricade held. I gripped the flashlight, waiting, praying. The rattling stopped. Then, nothing. I don't know how long I sat there. Eventually, the power flickered back on. Everything was quiet. I stayed awake until morning. The next day, I packed my stuff. I didn't care if I had paid for a week. I was leaving. But when I got to my car, the driver's side door was open. Not just unlocked, wide open. My stomach dropped. I had locked it. I was sure I had. I checked inside. My bag had been dumped out. Clothes, toiletries, everything scattered. My phone was lying on the seat. the screen shattered. The keys were still in my pocket, but the car wouldn't start. The engine wouldn't even turn over. I tried again and again, but nothing. It was as if the battery had been drained overnight. That was when I saw them, footprints, leading from the trees to my car, bare feet deep in the mud, but no prints leading away. I grabbed my bag, my flashlight, anything I could carry, and I ran. I didn't care where, just away from that cabin. I followed the road, hoping a car would pass. After an hour, my legs were burning, my throat dry. But then, finally, headlights. I waved frantically. The car stopped. An older man rolled down the window. I must have looked half crazy, but I didn't care. I told him everything. He just listened, his expression unreadable. Then, he nodded slowly and said, "You were lucky." He drove me back to town, never asking another question. I called a tow truck the next morning, had them pick up my car. The mechanic said the battery was completely drained, like something had been pulling power from it all night. I don't know who was out there, or what they wanted. I just know I'm never going back. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. A full weekend alone in a cabin deep in the woods. No distractions, no noise, just peace. The cabin belonged to an old friend of mine who hardly ever used it, and he was happy to let me stay as long as I wanted. I packed enough supplies to last 4 days: food, water, a first aid kit, extra batteries, and my hunting rifle just in case. The drive took longer than expected. The last hour was spent on a narrow dirt road, winding through thick forest. No cell service. The trees crowded the road, making it feel like I was being swallowed whole by the wilderness. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already setting. The place was simple but solid, one story. A steep roof, a small porch out front. The inside was rustic, wooden floors, a stone fireplace, and a kitchen with an old gas stove. A single bedroom with a creaky bed and a heavy wooden dresser. No electricity, just oil lamps and a generator I had no intention of using. I liked the quiet. I unloaded my gear, locked my truck, and settled in. The woods were silent except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. It was exactly what I wanted. I ate a quick meal, lit a lantern, and read for a while before turning in early. That first night, something woke me up. I wasn't sure what at first. The fire had died down to embers, and the room was cold. Then I heard it again, a dull thud from outside. It sounded like something heavy hitting the ground. A fallen branch? An animal? I listened for a while, but the sound didn't come again. I eventually drifted back to sleep. Morning came, and I stepped outside to get some fresh air. That's when I saw them, footprints in the dirt. Large, booted footprints leading from the tree line to the porch. I froze. I had locked the door before bed. If someone had tried to get in, they hadn't forced it. I looked around, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. The prints led away from the cabin, disappearing into the woods. It made no sense. Who would be out here in the middle of the night? This place was miles from the nearest road. I spent the day exploring the area, trying to shake off the unease. The woods were dense, quiet, untouched. I brought my rifle with me just in case. Every so often, I thought I heard something, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but it was probably just small animals. As the sun started to set, I returned to the cabin. I felt better than I had in the morning. The footprints had been strange, but there was no sign of anyone around. Maybe they had been there before I arrived, and I just hadn't noticed. That night, I made sure to lock up tight. I kept my rifle close just in case. I barely slept. Sometime after midnight, I heard it again. A dull thud outside, then another, and another. Footsteps on the porch. I held my breath, listening. The sound stopped. Silence stretched out for what felt like forever. Then, slowly, the doorknob turned. I sat up, heart hammering in my chest. The lock held, but I heard the soft creak of wood as someone shifted their weight outside the door. Then nothing. I didn't sleep after that. I waited, gripping my rifle, listening to every creak, every whisper of wind against the cabin walls. Eventually, morning came. When I stepped outside, the footprints were there again. This time, they weren't just leading up to the porch. They circled the cabin. I was no longer alone. I packed my things immediately. I had planned to stay for 4 days, but there was no way I was spending another night here. I threw everything into my truck, started the engine, and sped down the dirt road without looking back. I didn't stop until I was an hour away, back on paved roads with my phone buzzing in my lap, finally getting a signal again. Later, my friend called to ask how the trip was. I told him everything. There was a long silence before he spoke. That cabin doesn't have a back door. I never went back.
I don't know what made me think renting a cabin alone in the middle of the woods was a good idea. Maybe I needed the quiet. Maybe I wanted to get away from the city, away from the constant hum of cars and the glow of streetlights. I told myself it was for peace, for fresh air, for a break from people. The cabin sat deep in the forest, miles from the nearest town. It was small, built from dark wood, with a porch that sagged slightly at one corner. The trees around it were thick, their branches twisting together overhead, blocking out most of the sky. The nearest neighbor was over 5 miles away. That was part of the appeal when I booked it. The first day was fine. I arrived in the afternoon, unpacked my bags, and took stock of what I had: a stocked kitchen, a fireplace, a creaky wooden floor, and a single bedroom with a bed pushed up against the wall. The bathroom was small, with a shower that barely had enough pressure to rinse off soap. It wasn't luxurious, but it was enough. I spent that first evening outside on the porch, watching the trees sway in the breeze. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. It was nice, but that first night, I realized how quiet it was. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that plays tricks on your ears, making you think you hear something moving just beyond the trees. I told myself it was animals. Deer maybe. A fox. Just the usual forest sounds. The second day, I went for a hike. There were trails, though they weren't well marked. I stuck to the ones that seemed the most worn. I walked for hours, following the curves of the hills, stepping over fallen branches and weaving through the underbrush. It was peaceful until I noticed something strange. A pile of rocks, stacked deliberately. They weren't natural formations, not the way they were arranged. 5 or 6 stones stacked neatly, right in the middle of the path. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe another hiker had made them. Maybe they were markers of some kind. Then I saw another, and another, each one identical, perfectly stacked, spaced out every few hundred feet along the trail. It unsettled me. I don't know why. Something about the precision of it. Something about the fact that they looked too purposeful. I turned back after the 4th one. That night I locked the doors. I made sure the windows were shut tight. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was letting my imagination get the best of me. Then, around midnight, I heard something outside. It was a soft sound. Shuffling. Like footsteps, but slower. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, holding my breath. The sound moved around the cabin, stopping beneath the window. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. I told myself it was an animal. The next morning, I went outside. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, looking for tracks, expecting to see deer prints or raccoon tracks in the dirt. Instead, I saw footprints. Bare footprints. Human. They circled the cabin. I packed my bags immediately. I didn't even bother eating breakfast. I threw everything into my car, started the engine, and drove. As I left, I looked in the rearview mirror, and I saw the stacked rocks. Dozens of them, all around the cabin. I didn't stop. I didn't look back again. I just drove until I reached the highway, until I was far away from those woods, far away from whatever had been out there. I never went back, and I never will.
I don't know if I'll ever be the same after what happened in that cabin. Even now, months later, I wake up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat, my heart pounding, my ears straining for sounds that shouldn't be there. I tell myself I'm safe, that I'm far away from that place, but my body refuses to believe it. I don't think it ever will. Started as a simple trip, just a weekend away to clear my head. Life had been wearing me down, and I needed to escape the noise, the constant hum of the city, the pressure of work. I had found the cabin online. It was in the middle of nowhere, tucked deep into a forest, exactly what I was looking for. No neighbors, no traffic, no cell service, just me and the quiet. The drive up there was uneventful. It took me nearly 6 hours, most of it winding through back roads that got narrower and rougher the deeper into the forest I went. The last stretch wasn't even paved, just a dirt road riddled with potholes and lined with trees so thick they blocked out the sun. By the time I pulled up in front of the cabin, the sky was starting to dim, the air turning cold. The cabin itself was nothing special. A single-story structure with a slanted roof, old wooden siding, and a porch that looked like it had seen better days. It had been advertised as rustic, which I had expected, but seeing it in person made me hesitate. The place looked abandoned. The windows were covered in grime. The front door had deep scratches in the wood, and the whole structure seemed to lean ever so slightly to one side. Still, I had driven all this way, and I wasn't about to turn back. I grabbed my bag, walked up the creaking steps, and pushed the door open. The inside wasn't much better. Dust coated every surface, the air was stale, and the furniture looked like it had been sitting untouched for decades. The only light came from the fading sun through the dirty windows, casting long shadows across the wooden floor. I set my bag down and checked my phone. No service. I had expected that, but it still made me uneasy. I reminded myself that this was what I wanted: peace, solitude. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I explored the cabin, checking each room. There was a small kitchen with an old stove, a fridge that barely worked, and cabinets filled with dust-covered dishes. The bathroom was tiny, with a sink that dripped constantly. The bedroom had a single bed with a thin mattress and a wooden dresser. But what struck me as odd was the second room. It was empty. No furniture, no decorations, just bare wooden floors and walls. And the door had a lock on the outside. I tried not to think about it. Maybe the previous owner had used it for storage. Maybe it had just been a weird design choice. Either way, it wasn't my concern. I made a small dinner from the supplies I had brought, lit a couple of candles since the cabin's lighting was dim at best, and settled in for the night. It was quiet, too quiet. No cars in the distance, no voices, no hum of electricity. Just the occasional creak of the cabin settling and the whisper of wind through the trees. Then, around midnight, I heard it. A soft, steady tapping. At first, I thought it was just the wind knocking a branch against the cabin. But as I lay there, listening, I realized it wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside, from the empty room. I sat up, my pulse hammering in my ears. The tapping continued, rhythmic, deliberate. I reached for my flashlight, turned it on, and slowly got out of bed. My feet barely made a sound against the wooden floor as I moved toward the door. The tapping stopped. I hesitated. Every instinct told me to leave it alone, to go back to bed, to pretend I hadn't heard anything. But I couldn't. My hand was shaking as I reached for the doorknob. I turned it slowly and pushed the door open. Nothing. The room was empty just like before. The only sound was my own breathing, loud and uneven in the silence. I shone the flashlight around, checking the walls, the ceiling, the floor. There was nothing there. I told myself I was imagining things, that my mind was playing tricks on me. I closed the door, locked it, and went back to bed. But sleep didn't come easy. Every sound made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to stretch toward me. The next day, I thought about leaving. Something about the cabin made my skin crawl. But I had paid for the weekend, and I wasn't about to let my imagination ruin my trip. I spent the day outside, hiking through the woods, trying to shake the uneasy feeling that clung to me. But that night, it happened again. The tapping, soft, steady, coming from the locked room. This time, I didn't move. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my body frozen. The tapping continued for what felt like hours, then stopped all at once. Silence filled the cabin. And then I heard something worse. Breathing. Deep, slow, right outside my bedroom door. I couldn't move. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would give me away. The breathing stayed for what felt like forever. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. As soon as the sun rose, I grabbed my bag, threw it into the car, and sped out of there, dirt and gravel flying behind me. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was miles away. I don't know what was in that cabin. I don't want to know. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, I still hear the tapping. And I know deep down that whatever was in there, it hasn't forgotten me. I had been planning this solo camping trip for weeks. I wanted to escape the noise of the city, clear my head, and enjoy the quiet of nature. I picked a spot deep in the woods, miles away from any marked trails. It wasn't my first time camping alone, but something about this trip felt different. Maybe it was the remoteness, or maybe it was just my nerves. Either way, I brushed it off and focused on getting to my destination before dark. The drive was long and bumpy. My old truck rattled over the dirt road as I left civilization behind. The trees grew denser the farther I went, their branches reaching over the road like skeletal fingers. I had studied the map carefully. No cell service this deep in the woods, so I had to rely on my navigation skills. I parked the truck on a patch of flat ground near a small clearing. The plan was simple: hike in a few miles, set up camp near the river, and spend the next couple of days fishing and enjoying the solitude. I double-checked my gear, tent, sleeping bag, food, water, knife, rifle, extra batteries for my flashlight. Everything was in order. I locked the truck, shouldered my pack, and started hiking. The sun was dipping lower in the sky, casting long shadows between the trees. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No distant hum of cars, no voices, just the occasional rustling of leaves and chirping of birds. It was peaceful. After about 2 hours of hiking, I found the perfect spot near the river. The water was clear, flowing gently over smooth stones. I set down my pack and got to work setting up camp. The tent went up quickly, and I gathered some wood for a fire. As the last bit of daylight faded, I lit the fire and sat back, listening to the crackling flames and the distant hoot of an owl. Everything felt normal, comfortable. I cooked a simple meal, enjoyed the warmth of the fire, and eventually crawled into my tent. The forest outside was alive with the sounds of insects and night creatures, but it was nothing unusual. I fell asleep easily. I don't know what woke me up. Maybe it was the wind, or maybe just instinct, but something felt off. I lay still, listening. The fire outside had died down to glowing embers, casting faint orange light against the walls of my tent. The usual sounds of the forest were still there, but beneath them was something else, something faint, a sound I couldn't place. I reached for my flashlight and slowly unzipped the tent. The cold air rushed in as I stepped out. The forest seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, scanning the trees, the bushes, the riverbank. And then I saw it. Footprints. In the dirt. Fresh. They weren't mine. They were large, booted prints, deeper than mine, as if the person was heavier. I crouched down, following them with my flashlight. They came from the direction of the trees, circled my campsite once, then stopped a few feet from my tent before turning back the way they came. Someone had been here, watching me. I stood up, heart pounding. I scanned the darkness, but saw nothing. The thought of someone standing out there, hidden just beyond my vision, sent a chill down my spine. I grabbed my rifle and checked the chamber, loaded. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Morning came slow. As soon as the sun rose, I packed up. This trip was over. I wasn't about to stay another night knowing someone had been creeping around my tent. I hiked back to my truck, constantly looking over my shoulder. The forest, once peaceful, now felt different. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The birds were quiet. The air felt heavier. Every snap of a twig made my pulse jump. When I finally reached my truck, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I tossed my gear in the back, unlocked the door, and froze. The driver's side door was already unlocked. I knew I had locked it. I was sure of it. My stomach dropped as I yanked the door open and checked inside. Nothing looked disturbed. The keys were still in my pocket, right where I left them. But someone had been here. Had they been watching me hike back? Waiting for me to return? I didn't waste another second. I started the truck, threw it into reverse, and got the hell out of there. The drive back felt like it took forever. I kept checking the mirror, half expecting to see someone standing on the road behind me, watching me leave. I never found out who it was, never found out what they wanted. I just know that I'll never camp alone again. It started on a cold Tuesday morning in early November. I was driving down a back road through the outskirts of town, heading to a job site about 30 miles away. I work as a private contractor, mostly handling electrical work for homes and small businesses. The road was empty, lined with bare trees and scattered farmhouses, some abandoned, others barely standing. There was a thick fog hanging low, making it difficult to see much beyond the road signs and fence posts along the way. I remember checking my fuel gauge and realizing I was nearly out of gas. I hadn't noticed it before leaving, and now there weren't any stations nearby. I sighed and kept driving, hoping to come across one before my truck completely gave out. A few miles ahead, I spotted a rusted-out gas station sign, the kind that looked like it hadn't been maintained in years. The place itself was just as bad. The windows were covered in grime, the walls cracked, and the single pump looked ancient. But I had no choice. I pulled in, turned off the truck, and stepped outside. The air smelled damp, like old leaves and stagnant water. There were no other cars, no signs of life, just the wind whistling through the cracks in the building. I walked up to the pump and saw it still had a card reader, though it looked questionable at best. I slid my card in, waited, and nothing happened. I tried again. Still nothing. Frustrated, I looked around, hoping someone was inside the station. The door was slightly open, the interior dark. I hesitated but decided to step inside. The moment I pushed the door open, the smell hit me. It was a mix of mildew, dust, and something else. Something metallic like rust or blood. The lights flickered weakly, revealing a narrow space cluttered with old shelves stocked with faded snack wrappers and dust-covered bottles of soda. Behind the counter, there was an old register, but no one was there. "Hello," I called out. No answer. I walked toward the counter, feeling uneasy. There was an old notebook lying open next to the register. I glanced at it and saw messy handwriting, though I couldn't make out much of what it said. The only part one could read clearly was a date. Yesterday's date. That didn't make sense. This place looked like no one had been here for years. A sound came from the back, a slow creaking, like someone shifting their weight on a weak floorboard. My breath caught in my throat. My first instinct was to leave, but curiosity kept me there. I stepped around the counter and looked toward a narrow hallway leading to the back rooms. A dim, yellow light flickered at the end, just barely illuminating the outline of a doorway. I took a step forward, and that's when I saw it. Pair of boots. Not just any boots, someone's feet. They were sticking out from behind the doorway, unmoving. My chest tightened. I didn't want to get closer, but my legs moved on their own. I inched forward, heart pounding, until I could see more. A man lay on the floor, motionless. His clothes were dirty, covered in dark stains. His face was turned away, but there was something wrong about the way he was positioned, like he had fallen, but not naturally. I swallowed hard and took a step back, suddenly aware of how quiet it was. Too quiet. My mind screamed at me to leave. Then I heard breathing. Not mine. Someone else's. Slow, deliberate, coming from somewhere close. I turned sharply, scanning the darkness. I couldn't see anything, but I felt it. Someone was there, watching. The hair on my arms stood up. My fingers twitched, wanting to reach for something, anything, to defend myself. But I was unarmed, completely exposed. I forced myself to move, stepping backward slowly toward the entrance. The breathing didn't stop. It didn't get closer, but it didn't go away either. It just lingered in the air, steady, controlled. I turned and walked fast, my boots echoing against the linoleum floor. I made it outside and slammed the truck door shut, locking it. My hands were shaking as I turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered but didn't start. "Come on, come on," I muttered, trying again. The third time, the truck roared to life, and I threw it into reverse. As I backed away, I looked toward the gas station one last time. The door I had left open was now closed, and in the window there was a shape, a figure standing there, watching me. I didn't stop to think. I hit the gas and drove off, not caring how much fuel I had left. My heart didn't stop racing until I was miles away. The station nothing but a memory in my rearview mirror. I never went back. I don't know what I saw that day, and I don't want to know. But I've had nightmares ever since. And in every one, I hear that breathing. Steady, controlled. Always just close enough to remind me it never really left. It started on a cold Tuesday morning in early November. I was driving down a back road through the outskirts of town, heading to a job site about 30 miles away. I work as a private contractor, mostly handling electrical work for homes and small businesses. The road was empty, lined with bare trees and scattered farmhouses, some abandoned, others barely standing. There was a thick fog hanging low, making it difficult to see much beyond the road signs and fence posts along the way. I remember checking my fuel gauge and realizing I was nearly out of gas. I hadn't noticed it before leaving, and now there weren't any stations nearby. I sighed and kept driving, hoping to come across one before my truck completely gave out. A few miles ahead, I spotted a rusted-out gas station sign, the kind that looked like it hadn't been maintained in years. The place itself was just as bad. The windows were covered in grime, the walls cracked, and the single pump looked ancient. But I had no choice. I pulled in, turned off the truck, and stepped outside. The air smelled damp, like old leaves and stagnant water. There were no other cars, no signs of life, just the wind whistling through the cracks in the building. I walked up to the pump and saw it still had a card reader, though it looked questionable at best. I slid my card in, waited, and nothing happened. I tried again. Still nothing. Frustrated, I looked around, hoping someone was inside the station. The door was slightly open, the interior dark. I hesitated but decided to step inside. The moment I pushed the door open, the smell hit me. It was a mix of mildew, dust, and something else. Something metallic like rust or blood. The lights flickered weakly, revealing a narrow space cluttered with old shelves stocked with faded snack wrappers and dust-covered bottles of soda. Behind the counter, there was an old register, but no one was there. "Hello," I called out. No answer. I walked toward the counter, feeling uneasy. There was an old notebook lying open next to the register. I glanced at it and saw messy handwriting, though I couldn't make out much of what it said. The only part one could read clearly was a date. Yesterday's date. That didn't make sense. This place looked like no one had been here for years. A sound came from the back, a slow creaking, like someone shifting their weight on a weak floorboard. My breath caught in my throat. My first instinct was to leave, but curiosity kept me there. I stepped around the counter and looked toward a narrow hallway leading to the back rooms. A dim, yellow light flickered at the end, just barely illuminating the outline of a doorway. I took a step forward, and that's when I saw it. Pair of boots. Not just any boots, someone's feet. They were sticking out from behind the doorway, unmoving. My chest tightened. I didn't want to get closer, but my legs moved on their own. I inched forward, heart pounding, until I could see more. A man lay on the floor, motionless. His clothes were dirty, covered in dark stains. His face was turned away, but there was something wrong about the way he was positioned, like he had fallen, but not naturally. I swallowed hard and took a step back, suddenly aware of how quiet it was. Too quiet. My mind screamed at me to leave. Then I heard breathing. Not mine. Someone else's. Slow, deliberate, coming from somewhere close. I turned sharply, scanning the darkness. I couldn't see anything, but I felt it. Someone was there, watching. The hair on my arms stood up. My fingers twitched, wanting to reach for something, anything, to defend myself. But I was unarmed, completely exposed. I forced myself to move, stepping backwards slowly toward the entrance. The breathing didn't stop. It didn't get closer, but it didn't go away either. It just lingered in the air, steady, controlled. I turned and walked fast, my boots echoing against the linoleum floor. I made it outside and slammed the truck door shut, locking it. My hands were shaking as I turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered but didn't start. "Come on, come on," I muttered, trying again. The third time, the truck roared to life, and I threw it into reverse. As I backed away, I looked toward the gas station one last time. The door I had left open was now closed, and in the window there was a shape, a figure standing there, watching me. I didn't stop to think. I hit the gas and drove off, not caring how much fuel I had left. My heart didn't stop racing until I was miles away, the station nothing but a memory in my rearview mirror. I never went back. I don't know what I saw that day, and I don't want to know. But I've had nightmares ever since. And in every one, I hear that breathing. Steady, controlled. Always just close enough to remind me it never really left. I don't know what made me rent a cabin in the middle of nowhere. Maybe it was the stress from work, the endless emails, the constant noise of the city. Maybe I just wanted to be alone. Really alone. I found it online. A small wooden cabin deep in the woods, far from any town or neighbor. The pictures made it look peaceful. A simple structure, surrounded by thick trees, a small clearing in the front, a dirt road leading up to it. The owner's ad said it had everything I needed: electricity, running water, even a small wood stove for warmth. I booked it for a week. The drive there was long, the last stretch being a single-lane dirt road full of potholes and lined with towering trees. I didn't pass a single car. My phone lost service about 15 minutes before I arrived. That was expected. The cabin looked just like the pictures, a bit worn, but sturdy. The wooden porch creaked under my boots as I stepped up to the door. Inside, it was simple. A single bed against the wall, a small kitchen area, a table with 2 chairs, and a fireplace with a pile of logs stacked nearby. There was a small bathroom, too. Everything I needed. I locked the door behind me. The quiet was strange. In the city, there's always sound: cars, people, sirens. Out here, there was nothing. Just the occasional rustle of leaves from the wind. No birds, though. I noticed that right away. I spent the first day settling in, chopping some wood, making a fire as the sun dipped below the trees. The temperature dropped fast at night. I cooked a simple meal, read a book by the dim light of a lamp, then went to bed early. The first night was uneventful. I slept well. The second night, I started to notice things. It was little stuff at first. A scratching sound from outside, like an animal clawing at the wood. I ignored it. The woods are full of animals. But in the morning, I checked around the cabin and didn't see any marks on the walls or porch. That evening, I set up a small fire outside, sat in a chair, and stared at the flames. The quiet was starting to get to me. My mind played tricks. Shadows shifting in the trees, distant noises that could have been wind or something else. I shook it off. I was just not used to the isolation. Then, around midnight, I woke up suddenly. Something had woken me. I held my breath, listening. There it was. A slow, dragging sound on the porch. Something moving just outside the door. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. My first thought was a bear, maybe a raccoon. But it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded deliberate, slow. I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand and clicked it on. The beam landed on the door. The doorknob. It was turning. I froze. The knob twisted slightly, then stopped. Then twisted the other way, slow and careful. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, after what felt like an eternity, it stopped. The silence stretched on. No footsteps, no sound of anything leaving the porch. I stayed awake for hours, listening. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I dozed off as the first light of morning crept through the windows. The next day, I checked the door. It was still locked. No signs of forced entry, but the porch had something new. A single long, deep scratch in the wood near the doorframe, like something had pressed a sharp edge into it. I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe I had imagined the doorknob moving. Maybe the scratch had been there before. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. That night, I barricaded the door with the heavy wooden table, just in case. I barely slept. Every sound made my body tense. The wind creaked through the trees. The cabin settled with soft groans. At some point in the middle of the night, I heard it again. Not at the door this time, at the window. A slow tap, tap, tap. I squeezed my eyes shut, gripping the blanket tight, refusing to move. The tapping stopped. Then, a slow, dragging sound, moving away from the window, around the side of the cabin. Morning took forever to come. I had to leave. I had 3 more nights left, but I didn't care. I packed my bag, threw it in the car, and turned the key. The engine didn't start. Tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood. Not that I knew much about engines. Everything looked fine. No chewed wires, no obvious damage. But the car wouldn't start. I went back inside, locking the door behind me, checking every window. My phone still had no service. I thought about walking, but I had no idea how far the nearest road was. Miles, probably. I tried to calm myself. Maybe I'd just wait until morning, try the car again, and if it still didn't start, I'd walk. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the corner with a fire poker in my hands, listening, waiting. The sound came again, the slow, dragging movement around the cabin, the careful press against the walls, the soft scratch of something against the wood. Then, a new sound, a soft inhale, like something breathing right outside the door. I clutched the fire poker so tightly my knuckles ached. Then a whisper, faint, too low to make out the words, but not distant enough to be the wind. The doorknob rattled again. A slow, careful turn, testing the lock. I held my breath, waiting, and then, just like before, it stopped. Silence stretched out. No footsteps, no movement. Morning came and I ran to my car. This time, it started. I didn't stop to question it. I drove, speeding down the dirt road, not looking back. I didn't relax until I hit pavement, until I saw other cars, until I had service on my phone again. I never went back for my things. I never asked for a refund. And I never, ever want to know what was out there in those woods. I should have never come here alone. It seemed like a good idea at the time. A week off work, a break from the noise of the city, and some peace and quiet in the woods. My friend James owned the cabin, said it was old but sturdy, far enough from town to be peaceful but close enough if I needed anything. "You'll love it," he had told me. "No phone service, no distractions, just you and nature." I packed light, some food, water, a flashlight, and a book I had been meaning to read for months. The drive up was uneventful. The dirt road stretched for miles through the dense trees before opening into a clearing where the cabin stood. It looked just like James described. An old wooden structure, small but solid, with a porch that creaked under my weight. The first day was uneventful. I set up my things, checked the cabinets for supplies. James had left some canned food and a few bottles of water, and took a short walk around the property. The trees were thick, the air cool and still. I didn't see another house or cabin in any direction, just miles of unbroken forest. That first night, I sat on the porch, listening to the sounds of the woods. Crickets, distant owls, the occasional rustling of branches in the wind. I felt calm, more relaxed than I had in a long time. When I finally went inside, I locked the door, lit the old oil lamp, and read until I felt sleepy. Then, just as I was about to drift off, I heard something outside, a crunch, like a footstep on dry leaves. My eyes snapped open. The sound was close, just outside the window. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, straining to hear past the silence that followed. Nothing. Maybe a deer, I told myself. Maybe a raccoon. But my mind wouldn't let it go. I got up, grabbed the flashlight, and walked to the window. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees. Nothing moved, just stillness. I went back to bed but didn't sleep well. Every little noise made me tense up. By the time morning came, I felt exhausted. I spent the next day exploring. The forest was thick, the trees towering high, their branches tangling together to block most of the sunlight. I found a small creek about a quarter mile from the cabin and spent some time there, skipping rocks and trying to shake the uneasy feeling from the night before. That night, it happened again. This time, it was louder, more distinct. Footsteps, not the quick, skittering steps of an animal, but slow, deliberate crunches on the forest floor. I sat up in bed, gripping the flashlight. My breath felt tight in my chest. Then, a knock at the door. 3 slow, heavy knocks. I froze. My mind scrambled for a logical explanation, but there wasn't one. No one should be here. No one knew I was here except James, and he was back in the city. My phone had no service. I was alone. Another knock. I turned off the lamp, my pulse hammering in my ears. My body refused to move. I just sat there in the dark, barely breathing. The knock stopped. I waited, gripping the flashlight so hard my knuckles ached. Minutes passed. Nothing. Then, from outside, the sound of footsteps retreating into the woods. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, I convinced myself I had imagined it. Maybe it was the wind rattling the wood. Maybe an animal. The idea of someone being out there, watching, knocking, was too much to accept. I spent the day on edge, glancing toward the trees every few minutes, feeling like I was being watched. That night, I barricaded the door with a chair. I closed the curtains. I kept the flashlight and a knife beside me in bed. I told myself that if I heard something, I wouldn't investigate. I would stay put. But when the knocking came, I couldn't ignore it. 3 slow, heavy knocks. I gripped the knife. My heart pounded so loud I thought whoever was outside could hear it. Silence. Then something new. The sound of metal rattling. The door handle. Someone was trying to get in. I held my breath. The handle twisted, jerked, then stopped. The silence stretched on. Then, footsteps, slow and steady, moving around the cabin. I heard them on the porch, then by the side window. A shadow passed by the curtain, too tall to be an animal. Then the footsteps stopped. I sat there, knife in hand, every muscle in my body locked in place. I didn't move. I didn't sleep. By morning, there were footprints in the dirt outside the cabin. Human footprints. I wanted to leave, but my car was parked a short walk away, and the thought of running through the trees with someone out there terrified me. Instead, I stayed inside all day, barely eating, barely moving. That night, I didn't turn off the lamp. I sat in the corner, watching the door, knife in my hand. The knocks came again. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. I didn't move. Then the door handle twisted. The footsteps circled the cabin. Then silence. But this time, they didn't leave. I sat there, waiting. My eyes burned from exhaustion. Every creak, every shift of the wood made my heart jolt. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours. Then something new. Breathing. Close. Right outside the door. Slow, deep breaths. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight, turned it on, and shined it at the window. The beam caught someone, standing just beyond the porch. A man. He was tall, his clothes dark and loose. His face was shadowed, but I saw the way he stood, still and waiting. I didn't think. I grabbed my car keys and ran. I didn't stop to look back. I threw the door open, sprinted through the trees, crashing through branches and roots, the flashlight bouncing in my grip. My car was just ahead. As I reached it, I fumbled with the keys, shaking so hard I almost dropped them. I yanked the door open, jumped inside, and locked it. Then, in the glow of my headlights, I saw him, standing at the edge of the trees, watching. I didn't wait. I started the engine, slammed it into reverse, and tore out of there, dirt and gravel flying. I didn't stop until I reached the city. James didn't believe me at first. He thought I had just freaked myself out. But when he went to check on the cabin, he found something I hadn't noticed in my rush to escape. On the cabin door, scratched into the wood, were 3 deep gouges. 3 straight lines. 3 marks, like someone had been keeping count. I don't know why I agreed to it. Maybe it was the stress of work, the need for fresh air, or just the fact that I let my brother talk me into things too easily. But when he suggested a 3-day camping trip in the woods, I said yes. It was supposed to be an escape. Just the two of us, a tent, and the wilderness. No phones, no distractions, just peace. We drove out early, packed light but enough to survive. The plan was simple. Hike about 10 miles into the forest, set up camp near a river, and spend a few days unwinding. The place was remote. No campsites, no trails, just a patch of forest he swore was perfect. The first day was fine. The hike was long and exhausting, but the spot we found was beautiful. A clearing just a few feet from the river, surrounded by towering trees. The sound of running water filled the air, and for the first time in months, I felt relaxed. We set up the tent, gathered wood for a fire, and cooked a simple meal. Felt good to be out there, away from everything. That night, the forest was alive with noises. Crickets, owls, the distant howl of some animal. It wasn't unsettling at first, just part of nature. But as the night went on, I started noticing something off. The sounds would stop suddenly, like everything in the woods was holding its breath. It would last for a few minutes, then the noises would slowly come back. I told myself it was just my imagination and eventually drifted off to sleep. The second day was uneventful. We spent it exploring, fishing, and just relaxing. The only strange thing was the feeling of being watched. It was subtle, but every now and then, I'd get this tightness in my stomach, like someone was behind me. I chalked it up to being deep in the woods. Our minds play tricks on us when we're not used to being isolated. That night, things got worse. The silence came again, but this time it lasted longer. I was lying in my sleeping bag, staring at the roof of the tent when I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate, not heavy enough to be a bear, not quick enough to be a deer. Human footsteps. I didn't move. My breath felt loud in my chest. My brother was already asleep, snoring lightly beside me. I listened, heart pounding, as the footsteps circled our tent. They were close, just a few feet away. Then, nothing. Just silence. I waited, listening, every muscle in my body tense. After what felt like forever, the forest sounds returned. Crickets, the river, everything was back to normal. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just a trick of my mind, and somehow I fell asleep. Morning came, and I almost convinced myself it had been a dream. Almost. But then I saw the footprints. They weren't ours. We had been careful about where we stepped, and these prints were fresh, leading around our tent. Someone had been out there, watching us. I woke my brother up and showed him. He didn't seem as concerned as I was. Probably some hunter or hiker, he shrugged. We're not the only people who come out here. That didn't sit right with me. We hadn't seen a single person since we left the car. No signs of hikers, no distant gunshots from hunters. Just us. If someone was out there, they weren't supposed to be. We argued about leaving. He wanted to stay, said we were overreacting. I wasn't so sure, but I let him talk me into staying one more night. We spent the day trying to enjoy ourselves, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The woods felt different, heavier. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced we weren't alone. By the time night fell, I was on edge. The fire crackled, casting shadows that flickered across the trees. We ate in silence, listening to the sounds of the forest. Then the silence came again. No crickets, no owls, just a dead, suffocating quiet. My stomach twisted. I stared at my brother, and for the first time I saw fear in his eyes. Something moved in the darkness. A twig snapped, then another. My hands clenched into fists. The footsteps started again, slow and measured. They were coming closer. Then the breathing. It was soft, just beyond the firelight. Something was standing in the dark, watching us. I grabbed the hatchet we had brought for chopping wood and stood up. My brother did the same. We didn't speak, didn't move, just listened. The breathing stopped. The silence stretched on, thick and unnatural. Then, without warning, the footsteps started again. But this time, they were running, fast, toward us. I didn't think. I just reacted. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it into the trees. Nothing. No movement. No figure. Just trees and shadows. The footsteps had stopped as suddenly as they had started. The silence was overwhelming. "We're leaving," I whispered. My brother didn't argue. We packed up in record time, barely speaking. Every rustle of the leaves, every crack of a branch, sent jolts of panic through me. I kept the flashlight scanning the trees, expecting to see someone watching. But there was nothing, just that suffocating feeling of being watched. The hike back was brutal. We didn't stop, didn't rest, just kept moving, pushing through exhaustion and fear. The whole way back, I felt it. That same presence, the same eyes, watching. When we finally reached the car, we threw our gear inside and locked the doors. My hands were shaking as I turned the key. The engine roared to life, and we sped out of there, leaving the woods behind. We didn't talk much on the way home. What was there to say? We both knew what had happened. Someone had been out there. Someone had watched us, stalked us. We never went back. I don't go camping anymore. I can't. Even now, years later, I still get that feeling sometimes. That tightness in my stomach, like someone is behind me, watching, waiting, because whoever was out there that night, they never wanted us to leave. I don't know why I agreed to it. Maybe it was the stress of work, the need for fresh air, or just the fact that I let my brother talk me into things too easily. But when he suggested a 3-day camping trip in the woods, I said yes. It was supposed to be an escape. Just the two of us, a tent, and the wilderness. No phones, no distractions, just peace. We drove out early, packed light but enough to survive. The plan was simple. Hike about 10 miles into the forest, set up camp near a river, and spend a few days unwinding. The place was remote. No campsites, no trails, just a patch of forest he swore was perfect. The first day was fine. The hike was long and exhausting, but the spot we found was beautiful. A clearing just a few feet from the river, surrounded by towering trees. The sound of running water filled the air, and for the first time in months, I felt relaxed. We set up the tent, gathered wood for a fire, and cooked a simple meal. Felt good to be out there, away from everything. That night, the forest was alive with noises. Crickets, owls, the distant howl of some animal. It wasn't unsettling at first, just part of nature. But as the night went on, I started noticing something off. The sounds would stop suddenly, like everything in the woods was holding its breath. It would last for a few minutes, then the noises would slowly come back. I told myself it was just my imagination and eventually drifted off to sleep. The second day was uneventful. We spent it exploring, fishing, and just relaxing. The only strange thing was the feeling of being watched. It was subtle, but every now and then, I'd get this tightness in my stomach, like someone was behind me. I chalked it up to being deep in the woods. Our minds play tricks on us when we're not used to being isolated. That night, things got worse. The silence came again, but this time it lasted longer. I was lying in my sleeping bag, staring at the roof of the tent when I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate, not heavy enough to be a bear, not quick enough to be a deer. Human footsteps. I didn't move. My breath felt loud in my chest. My brother was already asleep, snoring lightly beside me. I listened, heart pounding, as the footsteps circled our tent. They were close, just a few feet away. Then, nothing. Just silence. I waited, listening, every muscle in my body tense. After what felt like forever, the forest sounds returned. Crickets, the river, everything was back to normal. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just a trick of my mind, and somehow I fell asleep. Morning came, and I almost convinced myself it had been a dream. Almost. But then I saw the footprints. They weren't ours. We had been careful about where we stepped, and these prints were fresh, leading around our tent. Someone had been out there, watching us. I woke my brother up and showed him. He didn't seem as concerned as I was. "Probably some hunter or hiker," he shrugged. "We're not the only people who come out here." That didn't sit right with me. We hadn't seen a single person since we left the car. No signs of hikers, no distant gunshots from hunters. Just us. If someone was out there, they weren't supposed to be. We argued about leaving. He wanted to stay, said we were overreacting. I wasn't so sure, but I let him talk me into staying one more night. We spent the day trying to enjoy ourselves, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The woods felt different, heavier. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced we weren't alone. By the time night fell, I was on edge. The fire crackled, casting shadows that flickered across the trees. We ate in silence, listening to the sounds of the forest. Then the silence came again. No crickets, no owls, just a dead, suffocating quiet. My stomach twisted. I stared at my brother, and for the first time I saw fear in his eyes. Something moved in the darkness. A twig snapped, then another. My hands clenched into fists. The footsteps started again, slow and measured. They were coming closer. Then the breathing. It was soft, just beyond the firelight. Something was standing in the dark, watching us. I grabbed the hatchet we had brought for chopping wood and stood up. My brother did the same. We didn't speak, didn't move, just listened. The breathing stopped. The silence stretched on, thick and unnatural. Then, without warning, the footsteps started again. But this time they were running, fast, toward us. I didn't think. I just reacted. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it into the trees. Nothing. No movement. No figure. Just trees and shadows. The footsteps had stopped as suddenly as they had started. The silence was overwhelming. "We're leaving," I whispered. My brother didn't argue. We packed up in record time, barely speaking. Every rustle of the leaves, every crack of a branch, sent jolts of panic through me. I kept the flashlight scanning the trees, expecting to see someone watching. But there was nothing, just that suffocating feeling of being watched. The hike back was brutal. We didn't stop, didn't rest, just kept moving, pushing through exhaustion and fear. The whole way back, I felt it. That same presence, the same eyes, watching. When we finally reached the car, we threw our gear inside and locked the doors. My hands were shaking as I turned the key. The engine roared to life, and we sped out of there, leaving the woods behind. We didn't talk much on the way home. What was there to say? We both knew what had happened. Someone had been out there. Someone had watched us, stalked us. We never went back. I don't go camping anymore. I can't. Even now, years later, I still get that feeling sometimes. That tightness in my stomach, like someone is behind me, watching, waiting, because whoever was out there that night, they never wanted us to leave. I don't think I'll ever go camping again. It was supposed to be a short, simple trip. Just 2 nights out in the mountains, alone. No distractions, no noise, just me, the trees, and the sound of the river nearby. I had done it before, but never completely alone. Something about the idea felt peaceful, like I was pushing myself to find a kind of quiet I could never get at home. But now I know that being alone in the woods isn't peaceful. It's a different kind of noise, a kind that creeps into your bones and sits there, waiting. I parked my truck at the trailhead and strapped my pack tight. The hike in was about 5 miles, following a narrow dirt path that wound through tall pines and overgrown underbrush. The air was crisp, and the late afternoon sun painted everything in gold. It was beautiful, exactly what I had hoped for. I took my time, stepping carefully over rocks and roots, listening to the distant rustling of animals in the bushes. Everything felt alive, but in a way that didn't feel threatening. Not yet. By the time I reached the spot I had picked out on the map, the sun was getting low. It was a small clearing near the river, surrounded on 3 sides by dense trees. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and got a small fire going as the sky darkened. It was peaceful, the sound of the river bubbling over rocks, the occasional snap of a twig as some unseen creature moved through the woods. It all felt normal. I cooked a quick meal, sat by the fire, and let the warmth soak into my skin. The first night was quiet, too quiet. I've slept outside enough to know that the woods never truly sleep. There's always something moving, something calling out in the dark. But that night, it felt like the whole forest was holding its breath. I lay there in my tent, staring up at the nylon ceiling, ears straining for something, anything. I told myself it was my imagination, that I just wasn't used to being alone like this. But it didn't help. Every time I drifted off, I woke up again, heart pounding, unsure of why. It was like something was just outside the range of my hearing, something waiting for me to notice it. Morning came, and with it a sense of relief. The sun pushed long shadows through the trees, and the cold night air faded into something warmer. I shook off the unease and went about my morning. Boiled some water, made coffee, ate a protein bar. The day felt normal again. I spent the afternoon exploring. I followed the river upstream, climbed over fallen logs, listened to the wind push through the trees. I didn't see another person. That was expected. This area wasn't heavily trafficked, and I had gone out of my way to pick a spot that was isolated. But as the day went on, that sense of being alone started to feel different. Not peaceful, just wrong. It started with small things. A smell, first. Something faint but rotten, carried by the wind. I brushed it off. Probably a dead animal somewhere nearby. Then there were the trees. Some of them had deep gouges in the bark, long claw marks carved into the wood. Not bear marks. Bears leave wide, rough scratches. These were cleaner, more deliberate. I ran my fingers over them and felt the rawness. The way the wood had been torn apart like something had been angry. I kept moving, tried not to think about it. Then I found the footprints. At first, I thought they were mine. The ground was soft, and my own boot prints trailed behind me. But these were different. Barefoot, deep. Someone had walked through here recently, and not just walked, they had moved fast, the prints uneven like they had been running. I stopped and listened. The forest held its silence. I turned back. By the time I made it back to my campsite, the sun was getting low again. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself it was just some hiker who had passed through. Maybe a hunter, maybe nothing at all. I made another fire, ate another meal, and sat with my back to the trees, listening. Then, in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps. They weren't far, just outside my tent. Slow, careful. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I just listened. Whoever it was, they stopped right by my fire pit. I could hear the faint crunch of dirt shifting under their weight. Then nothing, just silence. Long, heavy silence. I don't know how long I lay there, waiting. Eventually, I heard them move again, slow, deliberate steps fading back into the woods. I didn't dare look. I didn't dare move until the first light of morning crept through the tent. When I finally unzipped the flap and stepped outside, my stomach dropped. The fire was out. My gear was untouched, but the footprints were back. Dozens of them, circling my tent, stopping just short of the entrance. And alongside them, a single handprint, pressed deep into the dirt. A bare hand, long fingers, deep impressions like whoever left it had leaned in, listening. I packed up and left. I didn't eat. I didn't even take half my gear. I just grabbed what I needed, threw it into my pack, and started hiking. My legs burned, my breath came hard, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back. The whole time I felt it, that weight, that pressure, that knowing. I wasn't alone. The trail stretched longer than I remembered. I pushed forward, legs shaking, stomach twisting with every sound behind me. I don't know if I was being followed. I didn't want to find out. When I finally reached my truck, I felt like I had just surfaced from deep underwater. The moment the doors locked, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The engine rumbled to life, and I tore down the dirt road without looking back. I don't know who was out there. I don't want to know. I only know that I will never go camping alone again. I never thought much about fear until that weekend. I had been camping plenty of times before, but nothing ever happened that made me question my safety. I liked being alone in the woods. It was peaceful. It made me feel small in a good way, like the problems of life were just noise in the distance. But that weekend changed everything. That weekend made me realize that sometimes fear is justified. Sometimes you should run. I had planned a solo camping trip in a remote part of the forest, about 20 miles from the nearest town. I wanted to get away from everything: people, work, stress. It was late autumn, and the trees were mostly bare, their skeletal branches reaching toward the gray sky. The air was crisp but not too cold. Perfect weather for camping. I parked my truck at a small dirt pull-off along the side of a rarely used road and hiked about 4 miles into the woods. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The occasional bird call, the rustling of dry leaves, and my own footsteps were the only sounds. It felt good to be out there alone. I found a clearing beside a small stream and set up camp. I pitched my tent, gathered firewood, and started a fire before it got dark. I cooked a simple meal, ate in silence, and sat by the fire, staring into the flames, letting my mind go blank. It was exactly what I had been craving: complete isolation. Then, things started to feel off. First, it was little things. The woods felt too quiet. I know that sounds like nonsense, but anyone who has spent time in the wilderness knows that even at night, there's always noise. Wind in the trees, distant animal sounds, the occasional crack of a branch. But that night, there was nothing, just silence. I told myself it was fine. I was just overthinking it. I got into my tent, zipped it up, and lay down in my sleeping bag. The fire outside still burned low, casting a faint flickering light through the fabric of my tent. Then, sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. I didn't know why at first. I just came out of sleep suddenly, heart pounding, senses on high alert. I held my breath, listening. The fire had burned down to embers, barely glowing. The silence was still there, but now it felt heavy, suffocating. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Not the random, erratic sounds of an animal moving through the brush. These were careful, deliberate, slow. Someone was out there. I stayed as still as possible, listening. The footsteps stopped for a long time, then started again. They circled my tent. I had my knife with me, but what good would that do if I couldn't see who or what I was dealing with? My gun was in the truck, for miles away, because I had stupidly thought I wouldn't need it. The footsteps stopped again. Then, the sound of something being placed down near my fire pit. A soft, scraping noise, like fabric against the dirt. Then nothing, just silence. I didn't move. I stayed awake until dawn, every muscle in my body tensed, every sound making my heart pound. The moment there was enough light, I unzipped my tent and looked out. The fire pit was still smoldering, a faint trail of smoke curling into the air. But something was there, right beside the ashes. A small pile of rocks, neatly stacked. My stomach clenched. That hadn't been there the night before. I stood up slowly, scanning the trees. Nothing. No movement, no sound. Whoever or whatever had been out there was gone. I didn't waste time. I packed my gear as fast as possible, my hands shaking. As I was rolling up my sleeping bag, I noticed something else. A thin, deep cut in the fabric of my tent, right above where my head had been while I slept. I don't remember the hike back to my truck. I just remember feeling exposed, like I was being watched the entire time. When I finally reached my truck, I threw my gear into the back and locked the doors the second I was inside. I started the engine and pulled onto the road, speeding back toward town. It wasn't until I was safely home that I let myself think about it. Someone had been out there. Someone had watched me. Someone had come close enough to touch my tent while I was sleeping. And they had left me a message, too, actually. The cut in my tent. The stacked rocks. A warning. I don't camp alone anymore. I don't think I ever will again. I always loved camping. There was something about the isolation, the fresh air, and the quiet of nature that felt like a break from the world. So when my friend bailed last minute on a weekend camping trip, I decided to go alone. I had planned everything out weeks in advance, and I didn't want to waste the opportunity. I figured a solo trip would be peaceful. I picked a spot deep in the national forest, far from any designated campsites. I liked the idea of true solitude. No people, no distractions, just me and the wilderness. I drove for hours, then hiked for another 2, making sure to leave any recognizable trails behind. My campsite was near a small clearing with a creek running through it, perfect for fresh water and washing up. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and spent the first evening cooking a simple meal over the fire while listening to the sounds of the forest. Everything felt right. That first night, I slept better than I expected. The forest was alive with noise. Crickets, distant owls, the occasional rustling of leaves. But none of it was out of place. The only odd thing was a faint snapping sound I heard at some point in the night. It was distant, barely enough to wake me, and I assumed it was a branch falling or an animal stepping on something. It wasn't unusual. The next day, I spent my time exploring the area, gathering firewood, and relaxing. I didn't go too far from my campsite, but I wandered enough to get a feel for the land. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine was strong. By midday, I returned to camp and made some food. The creek water was ice cold, perfect for drinking after boiling it. Everything seemed fine until I found something strange. It was a single footprint, maybe 50 yards from my tent, near the tree-line. It wasn't mine. It was deeper than mine and bigger, too. It didn't look like a boot print, more like a bare foot, but the shape was slightly off. I stared at it for a while, convincing myself it was just distorted by the dirt or maybe an animal track that happened to resemble a human foot. I ignored it. I had no reason to believe anyone was out here but me. That night, I had trouble sleeping. It wasn't fear, at least not yet, but a sense of unease. The forest felt different. The usual sounds were still there, but something was off. I couldn't put my finger on it. Around midnight, I heard it again, that faint snapping sound. This time, it was closer. I held my breath and listened. Silence. Then, another snap. Closer. I sat up in my sleeping bag, my ears straining. It wasn't just one sound now, it was several. Soft, deliberate movements in the leaves, like something was circling my camp. I reached for my flashlight, but I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to give away my position. My heart was pounding. I told myself it was a deer or some other animal, but deep down, I knew better. Minutes passed. The sounds stopped. I stayed awake for a long time, waiting for more, but the forest was still. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted off into a restless sleep. Morning came, and I found nothing unusual around my campsite. No footprints, no disturbed areas, nothing. It was almost enough to convince me I had imagined it. But as I was eating breakfast, I noticed something subtle. The firewood I had stacked the day before had been moved. Not much, but enough to be noticeable. A few pieces were shifted, some closer to my tent than before. I hadn't touched them. My gut told me someone had been there. I considered leaving. Something wasn't right, and I knew it. But I had one more night planned, and part of me didn't want to let fear ruin the trip. I told myself it was just paranoia, that I was overreacting. I decided to stay, but I kept my knife on me at all times. That evening, I built my fire early and sat close to it, watching the tree-line. I felt exposed, vulnerable. The thought of someone watching me from the darkness made my skin crawl, but I refused to give in to fear. I forced myself to eat, to act normal, to pretend I wasn't scared. As night fell, the fire became my only comfort. Then, just as before, the sounds returned. Soft, steady footsteps, moving through the leaves. Closer this time, more deliberate, not an animal. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My knife was in my hand, my fingers tight around the handle. The fire crackled, casting shadows against the trees. I wanted to turn my flashlight on, but I was afraid of what I might see. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then, just beyond the reach of the fire's light, I saw it. A shape. A figure. Someone standing just at the edge of the trees, watching me. I couldn't make out the details, but I knew it wasn't an illusion. Someone was there. I could feel their eyes on me. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just sat there, gripping my knife, staring back. The figure didn't come closer. They just stood there, watching. Minutes passed, stretching into eternity. Then, slowly, they turned and disappeared into the trees. I didn't sleep that night. I kept my fire going, kept my knife ready, and waited for morning. When the first light broke through the trees, I packed up my things and left. I didn't stop. I didn't rest. I walked for hours until I reached my car and drove without looking back. I never found out who or what was out there, but I never camped alone again. I had been planning the hike for weeks. The trail was one I had never done before, deep in the backcountry, far from the usual tourist paths. It wasn't anything extreme, about 15 miles round trip with some elevation gain, but it was remote. That was the appeal. I wanted solitude, just me, the trees, and the sound of my boots on dirt. No phone service, no distractions. I started early, right at dawn. The air was crisp, and mist clung to the ground in patches. My pack was heavier than I liked, but I had enough food, water, and gear to get through the day comfortably. I double-checked everything before I left my truck at the trailhead. There were no other vehicles, which reassured me. This was my escape from the world, and for the next 10 hours or so, I would be alone. The first few miles were uneventful. The trail wound through thick pine forest, the smell of sap and damp earth filling the air. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows. Occasionally, I heard birds calling, and once, I saw a deer freeze in the distance, watching me before bounding away. Everything felt peaceful. About 5 miles in, the terrain changed. The forest thinned, replaced by rocky hills and sparse vegetation. The trail became less defined, worn away by time and weather. I checked my map and GPS to make sure I was on track. So far, so good. Then I noticed something strange. The footprints. At first, I didn't think much of them. They could have been from another hiker, but they looked old, edges softened by wind and time. They were human, but uneven, almost dragging in places. The odd thing was, they led off the trail, up toward a ridge where the land became steep and unstable. I hesitated but shook it off. People wander off trail all the time. Maybe someone had gone exploring. I pressed on, my boots crunching over loose gravel. As I climbed higher, a strange unease settled over me. The usual sounds of the forest had faded. No birds, no wind rustling the trees, just silence. It felt like the world had emptied out. I swallowed my nerves and kept going. Then I saw it. A tent. It was old, weather-beaten, half collapsed against a cluster of rocks. No sign of anyone around. The fabric was torn in places, flapping slightly in the breeze. I glanced around, feeling exposed. My first thought was that it belonged to a hunter or maybe an ultralight hiker who had left it behind. But something felt off. I approached carefully, calling out a quick hello, just in case. No answer. I nudged the tent with my boot. The frame gave way instantly, crumpling into itself. Whoever had used it hadn't been there in a long time. The real problem was what was inside. A backpack, unzipped and partially spilled out. Clothes, faded from the sun. A pair of hiking boots, stiff with age. And next to it, a notebook. I picked it up, flipping through the pages. Most were filled with messy handwriting, notes about the trail, landmarks, and supplies. Then the entries changed. The last few pages were frantic, barely legible. Something is following me. I hear it at night, I haven't seen it, but I know it's there. I don't think I'm getting out of here. The final entry was a single sentence. It won't let me leave. A chill ran down my spine. I scanned the area, suddenly hyper-aware of how alone I was. My rational mind tried to explain it away. Maybe the person had gotten lost and panicked. Maybe they wrote it as a joke, or they had been hallucinating from dehydration. But then I saw the footprints again. Fresh ones. They weren't mine. I turned in a slow circle, my pulse hammering. The footprints led away from the tent, up toward the ridge. Someone had been here recently, someone who hadn't left in a hurry. The urge to leave was overwhelming. My gut told me to turn around, get back to my truck, and never look back. But I hesitated. What if someone needed help? What if the person who wrote that note was still out here? I decided to follow the prints. The ground grew steeper, and the rocks beneath my feet shifted dangerously. I moved carefully, my heart pounding with each step. The footprints continued, erratic, weaving between boulders and clusters of dead trees. Then they just stopped. No signs of a struggle, no indication of where the person had gone. Just an abrupt end in the middle of open ground. I stood there, breathing heavily. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. Whatever had happened here, I didn't want to find out. Then I heard it. A sound. Not an animal. Not the wind. Something deliberate. A slow, shuffling step. I turned so fast I nearly lost my footing. Nothing. Just trees and rock. I didn't wait. I started moving, faster than was safe, practically jogging down the slope. My breath came in short, panicked gasps. Every few seconds, I glanced back, convinced I would see someone or something standing there, watching. But I never did. The entire hike back was a blur. I don't remember stopping for water. I don't remember checking my map. All I knew was that I had to get out. When I finally saw my truck through the trees, I nearly collapsed with relief. I fumbled for my keys, threw my pack in the back, and locked the doors as soon as I got inside. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. I didn't look back. I drove straight home. Didn't tell anyone what I saw. Didn't check the news to see if anyone had gone missing in that area. I wanted to forget, but I can't, because sometimes late at night when everything is quiet, I hear it again. A slow, shuffling step, and I know deep down that I was never really alone out there.